والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. معالي رئيس الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد، صاحب السمو الأمير تركي بن عبد الله، رئيس مجلس إدارة مؤسسة سعفة للقدوة الحسنة، سعادة رئيس مجلس المحافظين بمبادرة برل، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الرؤساء التنفيذيين للشركات العالمية الكبرى العاملة بالمملكة، أصحاب السعادة الرؤساء التنفيذيين للشركات المحلية الكبرى، السيدات والسادة، صباح جميل في يوم ماطر جميل، وسلام كنسمة مسك سرت لأنفاسكم في نسيم سحر، وكنسمة هواء في يوم عليل. فأهلا ومرحبا بكم من حيث قدمتم في عاصمة الوطن رياض المجد. نجتمع في هذا اليوم المبارك ومع بداية هذا العام الهجري الجديد لنؤكد فيه محاضرا وحاضرين أن مكافحة الفساد هدفنا وتعزيز النزاهة غايتنا. نستعرض أفضل صور الممارسات في حماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد في القطاع الخاص بالشراكة مع برل. وما هذا المنتدى إلا حلقة متصلة لها ما قبلها، وبكل تأكيد سيكون لها ما بعدها من عطاء وتواصل لطرح الرؤى التي نستنير بها، لتجسيد الأفكار لتكون واقعا ملموسا تتشكل به الأطروحات والنظريات. السيدات والسادة، معالي الأستاذ محمد بن عبد الله الشريف تقلد عدة مناصب من مدير عام ديوان المراقبة العامة إلى وكيل مساعد بديوان المراقبة العامة، ثم وكيلا لوزارة المالية، ثم عضوا بمجلس الشورى ل3 دورات متتالية، ثم رئيسا للهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد بمرتبة وزير، صاحب القلم فأصدر منه الرقابة المالية في المملكة وجوهر الإدارة وحسابات الحكومة، وله العديد من المؤلفات الأخرى. الكلمة الافتتاحية لمعالي رئيس الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد معالي الأستاذ محمد بن عبد الله الشريف.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على نبيه الأمين. أصحاب المعالي، صاحب السمو، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، المدراء التنفيذيون للشركات العالمية العاملة في المملكة والشركات المحلية الكبرى، السيدات والسادة، ضيوف منتدى أفضل الممارسات في حماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد في القطاع الخاص. يقول الله سبحانه وتعالى: وابتغ فيما آتاك الله الدار الآخرة ولا تنس نصيبك من الدنيا وأحسن كما أحسن الله إليك ولا تبغ الفساد في الأرض إن الله لا يحب المفسدين. يسعدني وزملائي في الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد أن نرحب بكم في هذه المناسبة التي نجتمع فيها على سمو الهدف ونبل المقصد واتحاد الغاية وتضافر الجهود نحو مكافحة الفساد واستعراض أفضل الممارسات في حماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد في القطاع الخاص، ونسعد بتعاونكم جميعا. السيدات والسادة الحضور، رغم الجهود الكبيرة المشهودة التي تبذل في مجال مكافحة الفساد من قبل المخلصين في بلدانهم من القطاعات الحكومية والأهلية، فما زال شبح الفساد يخيم على قطاعات مهمة من قطاعات التنمية في العالم ويعيق تقدمها، ويحول دون وصول دماء الاقتصاد إلى شرايين الحياة في بعض البلدان النامية. وما زال هناك بشر يستأثرون بحقوق غيرهم ويستولون عليها ويستحلونها لأنفسهم في غياب من ضمائرهم وتغييب لسلطة القوانين، متناسين أنه سوف يأتي يوم تضرب فيه سيوف الحق والعدل هامات الظلم والفساد. هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية صدرت الاستراتيجية الوطنية لحماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد في بداية العام 2007 كأول استراتيجية على مستوى الوطن، جعلت مهمة مكافحة الفساد ليست حكومية فقط وإنما وطنية، يجب أن يساهم في تبنيها وتطبيقها كل مكونات المجتمع وكياناته أفرادا ومؤسسات حكومية وأهلية، وأقامتها على مبادئ تؤسس لمنهج فريد ينطلق من الواجب الديني والوطني، ثم الواجب الأخلاقي والإنساني، ثم سلطة القانون، وهو ما أوحى بأن مكافحة الفساد ليست خيارا ولا جهد جهة بعينها ولا فردا بعينه، بل هو جهد وطني والتزام يبدأ بالأسرة مرورا بالعلماء والمفكرين ومؤسسات المجتمع المدني ومؤسسات القطاع العام والخاص. ثم أنشأت الدولة بعد ذلك الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد في بداية العام 2011، حين أصدر ولي الأمر الأول فيها خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز أمره بتكوين الهيئة تكوينا فريدا غير مألوف يمكن استنباطه من المبادئ الآتية: 1. ارتباط الهيئة بالملك مباشرة وهو مرجعها الأول والأخير، وتمتعها بالشخصية الاعتبارية والاستقلال التام ماليا وإداريا دون تأثير من أي جهة، وليس لأحد التدخل في مجال عملها. 2. هدفها حماية النزاهة وتعزيز مبدأ الشفافية ومكافحة الفساد المالي والإداري بشتى صوره ومظاهره وأساليبه. 3. تشمل مهامها جميع القطاعات الحكومية ولا يستثنى من ذلك كائن من كان. 4. تشمل مهامها متابعة تنفيذ الأوامر والتعليمات الخاصة بالشأن العام ومصالح المواطنين. 5. تعمل على تحقيق الأهداف الواردة في الاستراتيجية الوطنية لحماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد ومتابعة تنفيذها ورصد نتائجها وتقويمها ومراجعتها ووضع برامج عملها وآليات تطبيقها. الإخوة والأخوات الحضور الكرام، إن تعزيز قيم النزاهة في موظف القطاع الخاص سيكون له دور إيجابي في محاربة الفساد وتقليصه ودحر ممارسيه والإيقاع بهم. لذا فإن الهيئة تشجع كل شركة أو مؤسسة مهمة مهما كان حجمها أو نوعها على تبني برامج وخطط لحماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد، يكون منسجما مع رؤيتها وقيمتها وخطة عملها والمخاطر المحيطة بأعمالها، ينطلق ويلتقي مع الاستراتيجية الوطنية لحماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد والأنظمة الأخرى ذات العلاقة. الإخوة الأخوات والإخوة الحضور، تهدف الهيئة وتؤكد على أهمية توفير بيئة خالية من الفساد تستطيع فيها شركات ومؤسسات القطاع الخاص في المملكة العربية السعودية ممارسة أعمالها التجارية بكل راحة ويسر. ولتحقيق هذا الهدف فإن الهيئة تتطلع إلى تعاونكم معها في تحقيق ما يأتي: 1. الإبلاغ عمن يعرقلون أعمالكم من الموظفين الحكوميين بغية الحصول على منافع شخصية. وقد أنشأت الهيئة في هذا السبيل إدارة عامة تختص بتلقي البلاغات والتحقق من صحتها واتخاذ ما يلزم بشأنها في ضوء تنظيم الهيئة والأنظمة والتعليمات ذات العلاقة، مع مراعاة السرية التامة عند التعامل مع كل بلاغ، حيث وضعت الهيئة العديد من السياسات والإجراءات الصارمة بهدف الحفاظ على سرية هوية المبلغين خاصة إذا طلبوا ذلك. وهناك 6 قنوات متاحة للإبلاغ عن قضايا الفساد، وللمبلغ اختيار أقربها وأسهلها إليه. 2. الإبلاغ عن أي مشروع حكومي تم ترسيته بطريقة مخالفة لنظام المنافسات والمشتريات الحكومية أو تم الانحراف به عن الطريق النظامية التي تستهدف إتاحة فرص الحياة والنزاهة في ترسية فرص الحياد والنزاهة في ترسية الأعمال. وتعمل الهيئة على تطوير أدوات فنية متخصصة للتحري عن أوجه الفساد في العقود والمشاريع الحكومية واتخاذ الإجراءات النظامية في شأن أي عقد يتبين أنه ينطوي على فساد أو يجري تنفيذه بالمخالفة لأحكام النظام واللوائح. 3. قيام الشركات والمؤسسات في القطاع الخاص بوضع خطط وبرامج لحماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد وتزويد الهيئة بنسخ منها حتى يتسنى لها متابعة تنفيذها وتقويم نتائجها. أيها الإخوة والأخوات الحضور الكرام، تولي الهيئة عناية خاصة بشفافية الإجراءات ووضوحها، باعتبار أن الشفافية من أكثر الوسائل فعالية في مكافحة الفساد المالي والإداري، وتعمل على إقرار مبدأ الوضوح أي الشفافية وتعزيزه داخل مؤسسات الدولة والقطاع الخاص، لإيمانها بأن الوضوح وسيلة فاعلة للوقاية من الفساد، وأن اعتماده كممارسة وتوجه أخلاقي يضفي على العمل المصداقية والاحترام. أريد التأكيد على أن مهمة تنفيذ الاستراتيجية الوطنية لحماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد المالي والإداري هي مهمتكم وواجبكم، من أجل حمايتكم وضمان نزاهة أعمالكم. وقد وفرت الهيئة أمامكم أعدادا وفيرة من الاستراتيجية الوطنية لحماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد باللغتين العربية والإنجليزية، فأرجو الحصول على ما تريدون منها والتأمل فيه ونشره بين موظفيكم. ختاما، لا يسعني إلا أن أشكركم على حضوركم ومبادرتكم ومشاركتكم وحسن استماعكم، راجيا لمنتداكم التوفيق والسداد. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة، سعادة الأستاذ حميد ضياء جعفر رئيس مجلس الإدارة غير التنفيذي لمجموعة الهلال ومقرها في الشارقة بالإمارات العربية المتحدة، رئيس مجلس الإدارة المؤسس لشركة دانة غاز إلى يونيو 2012 ميلادي، قام الأستاذ حميد جعفر بتأسيس الفرع الإماراتي لمنظمة رؤساء الشباب ومنظمة رؤساء الشركات العالمية، وساهم في تدعيم العديد من المشروعات الهامة في مجال التعليم العالي. الكلمة الآن لسعادة الأستاذ حميد ضياء جعفر رئيس مجلس المحافظين بمبادرة برل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على نبينا الأمين صلى الله عليه وسلم. سأتكلم باللغة الإنجليزية لفائدة لما لا يفهم العربية ولسهولة بعض المصطلحات. I will say my remarks in English for the benefit of those who are here who don't speak Arabic, but also for the sake of some of the technical terms. Your Highness, Excellencies, honored speakers, ladies and gentlemen. This is really a truly wonderful turnout. Wonderful because it's participated by, as I can see, not only the private sector, but also the public sector. And with regard to furthering our initiative, we all know that both hands need to clap together. And it's befitting really for the topic of our high-level Nazaha Forum today, best practices for protecting integrity in business and combating corruption. Our primary focus is to discuss the key challenges and the opportunities in tackling corruption. Corruption in all of its regrettable forms in our Gulf region as well as in the wider Middle East. Thank you for attending, all of you, and a big welcome. Special thanks to His Excellency Muhammad bin Abdullah Sharif, President of Nazaha, for your kind introduction and for working with and jointly hosting this important event, which is glaringly obvious for us that we all look around, owing to the attendance that I just spoke about, which is both public as well as private sector. By way of introduction, I'd like to provide you with some context on the Pearl Initiative and what we are all about. Formed in 2010 in collaboration with the United Nations Office for Partnerships, the Pearl Initiative is a GCC-based, private sector-led, and I stress this importance, it's private sector-led, not-for-profit endeavor, set up to foster a corporate culture of best governance practices in our region, including transparency, accountability, and very importantly, anti-corruption. Thankfully, we have quickly and collectively evolved into a strong and growing regional network of business leaders that foster this awareness in the pursuit of our mission for the well-being of our companies, our businesses, and for the well-being of our countries. Our endeavor was indeed recently recognized when the Pearl Initiative was invited to the UN Global Compact in September to sign a joint strategic partnership for championing universally accepted principles for responsible business practices in the MENA region. This agreement, signed on the 19th of September at the United Nations headquarters in New York, during the UN Global Compact Summit, which was chaired by UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, will facilitate joint programs to promote responsible best practices, including corporate governance, transparent reporting, and anti-corruption. This important accord will support the Pearl Initiative to further our best corporate practice objectives and mission throughout the Middle East area. The Pearl Initiative's network includes leading international and regional organizations which share the same objectives. We work closely with our partners to drive joint action, to share knowledge, and demonstrate to our companies the real value of adopting anti-corrupt practices. In this context, we are honored and proud to collaborate with Nazaha and are grateful for its support. We are very grateful for its support in fostering and promoting our shared goals. It is an undeniable fact that sound corporate governance has become a prerequisite for competing in the international marketplace. This reality has manifested itself in many forms, with employees, with banks, with customers, indeed with all stakeholders. Corporations have come to realize that a reputation based on trust and integrity helps attract and retain the best employees, as well as engendering the trust of customers. Our demonstrable underlying message is really quite simple, that employing robust governance and best practice frameworks in our companies is actually good for business. That collectively, if we improve our ethos in employing best practices, we actually help to positively affect the image and reputation, not only of our companies, but also of our countries and our regions. Countries with rampant corruption are inexorably linked and associated with failed economies. This is why, on a local and international level, customers and regulators have increased their demands on companies to be more transparent and accountable for their actions. And customers will eventually use alternative suppliers when these expectations are not met. But although the tide is definitely turning in favor of best practice, there are still holdouts. Resistance to change is typically with some established enterprises which consider themselves as doing just fine. So why change? It is to such enterprises that we need to doubly emphasize that a laissez-faire attitude to best practice and to corruption carries with it increasing and demanding reputational risk that materially and negatively impacts their business sooner or later. Such businesses need to appreciate the importance and indeed the benefits of adopting good corporate governance practices sooner rather than later. That's on the benefit side. On the other side of the coin, they also need to realize that carrying on the old ways will, sooner or later, be at the peril of running afoul of the regulatory environment around us and result in undesirable consequences. The Pearl Initiative, ladies and gentlemen, is led by business leaders for business, anchored in the firm belief that good corporate governance is fundamental for the future health and competitiveness, not only of our businesses, but also the health of our countries and our regions. Indeed, we owe it to our future generations. In the short term, however, what we all in the private sector simply need to understand is that greater integrity will actually lead to higher corporate performance. Which is why we explain and encourage to our business leaders to embrace anti-corruption practices as part of the very fabric and success of their company's business models. I will now hand over to His Excellency Abdul Al-Uthman, Governor of Sadia, to provide us with his thoughts about anti-corruption as a cornerstone of competitiveness. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope we all have a very positive and forum today and benefit from the discussions.
أصحاب المعالي، السيدات والسادة، معالي المهندس عبد اللطيف بن أحمد العثمان، محافظ الهيئة العامة للاستثمار ورئيس مجلس الإدارة، تم تعيين معالي المهندس محافظاً للهيئة العامة للاستثمار بموجب الأمر الملكي الكريم رقم 1000 تقسيم 132 وتاريخ 27/6/1433 هجرية، بعد أكثر من 3 عقود قضاها في شركة أرامكو السعودية، اكتسب خلالها خبرات متعددة في مجال الهندسة وإدارة المشاريع والتخطيط والتسويق والعلاقات العامة والشؤون المالية، وتقلد عدة مناصب قيادية، ومعاليه عضواً في مناصب كثيرة، عضواً في مجلس إدارة شركة بيوتون، والرئيس المؤسس لمجلس إدارة شركة صدارة، والرئيس المؤسس لمجلس إدارة شركة استثمارات جامعة الملك عبد الله من 2007 إلى 2011. الكلمة الآن لمعالي المهندس عبد اللطيف بن أحمد العثمان.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين، أصحاب السمو، أصحاب الفضيلة، أصحاب المعالي، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يجسد هذا المنتدى المتميز والأول من نوعه في المملكة التوجه الوطني والاجتماعي والحكومي والخاص بالعمل والتكاتف وتكثيف الجهود في تعزيز النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد بما يخدم الصالح العام ومصلحة الوطن والمواطن. ولقد قدمت تعزيز النزاهة على مكافحة الفساد في افتتاحيتي هذه، لأنه لا شك لدينا أننا في نهاية الأمر ننتمي لمجتمع مسلم ذا عقيدة سمحة وأهل خير وصلاح، ونعيش في بلد طيب أنعم الله عليه بنعم لا تعد ولا تحصى. وما سعينا لتعزيز النزاهة ولمكافحة الفساد إلا كجزء من عملنا الدؤوب، ومنذ تأسيس المملكة على يد رجل أثمر نزاهة فكره وقوله وعمله هذا الكيان العظيم إلى نحو الرقي والتقدم والتطوير لما يخدم مصالح وطننا وأهله ومن يعيش معنا فيه ومن يساهم في تطويره معنا. إن المتأمل في عناصر برنامج الإصلاح والتطوير الاقتصادي الشامل الذي يقوده خادم الحرمين الشريفين رئيس مجلس الوزراء أيده الله كإجراء قيادي يدل على عزم الحكومة على رفع الكفاءة الاقتصادية والإنتاجية في القطاعين الحكومي والخاص. وهذا العزم يبين اطلاع الحكومة بجدارة بما يمليه عليها الواقع والتحديات والفرص والتطلعات وتسارع الأحداث من مسؤوليات وواجبات تجاه الاستغلال الأمثل لمواردها ولمقدراتها وتحقيق ما ينتظره أبناء وبنات المملكة منها وما وراءهم من أجيال. ويندرج تحت عناصر هذا البرنامج الشامل رصد المبالغ الاستثنائية والعمل على تسريع التطوير المؤسسي الحكومي وتعزيز التطوير التقني والمعلوماتي وتوسيع القاعدة الإنتاجية للقطاعات الاستراتيجية والمؤهلة بالمملكة. ودعما لذلك تستمر الحكومة في طرح المشاريع الضخمة الداعمة بقوة لوتيرة التطوير الاقتصادي الشامل مع مواصلة التأكيد المعلن والضمني في الإجراءات الحكومية على إدراك الحكومة أن القطاع الخاص هو العنصر الآخر اللازم لمحصلة معادلة تطوير ناجحة على المستوى الوطني وبمقاييس ومشاركة عالمية قابلة للنمو والاستدامة. ولقد حققت المملكة العديد من الإنجازات في تعزيز النزاهة وفي مكافحة الفساد، وليس إنشاء العديد من الأجهزة المختصة في الرقابة على إيرادات الدولة ومصروفاتها والتحقق من تسييرها وفق المرسوم لها دون تجاوزات وبشكل يضمن الاستعمال الأمثل للموارد والمقدرات إلا مثال على ذلك. كما أنشأت المملكة الأجهزة القضائية بمختلف تخصصاتها الإجرائية لإحقاق الحق ولدفع الظلم ولحماية الممتلكات العامة والخاصة. كما سنت المملكة الكثير من التشريعات ذات العلاقة بمكافحة الفساد، أذكر منها على سبيل المثال نظام مكافحة غسيل الأموال عام 2003 ونظام ديوان المظالم في 2007 ونظام التعاملات الإلكترونية في 2007 ونظام مكافحة الغش التجاري في 2008 وغيرها. ولم تدخر الحكومة جهدا في المشاركة الفاعلة في كل نشاط محلي ودولي متعلقة بتعزيز النزاهة والتوعية بأهميتها ومكافحة الفساد والداعية إلى الشفافية والحث على تطبيقها. إن عمل الجهات المختصة بالمراقبة والمحاسبة وتعزيز النزاهة بكافة السبل ومكافحة الفساد بكافة أشكاله يجب أن يتزامن مع إعلان أهداف محددة ورؤية واضحة تسعى من خلال إلى الارتقاء الفعلي بفكر الفرد بشكل خاص وفهم المجتمع بشكل عام في كل ما يتعلق بتعزيز النزاهة، الأمر الذي سوف تنعكس نتائجه مباشرة على دفع عجلة التنمية الاقتصادية المنتجة والاستغلال الأمثل لموارد الدولة ومقدراتها، والذي في نهاية الأمر ستعود منفعته على تعزيز مكانتها كوطن وكيان اقتصادي عالمي متميز، وعلى رفع مستوى العيش الكريم المستدام لكل فرد في مجتمعنا. كلنا يعلم ويدرك أن تعزيز النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد في أي مجتمع أو دولة أو شركة يوفر أجواء صحية منتجة في جميع المجالات والتعاملات التجارية وغيرها، ومنها تنمية وتطوير الاستثمارات بأنواعها. ولقد تعاملت في حياتي العملية خلال السنوات مع شركات كثيرة ومع أشخاص متعددة، وخرجت بصورة واضحة، وهي أنه لا يجمع الناجحين منهم إلا من جعل تعزيز النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد نصب عينيه ومحور عمله الرئيسي. فلا غرابة أن تبحث الاستثمارات عن بيئة نزيهة وآمنة لها تتميز بالشفافية والمنافسة الشريفة، كي تطمئن على أنها بمأمن من المخاطر التي لا قبل لها بها. أيها الحفل الكريم، في عصرنا الحاضر وأكثر من أي وقت مضى يشكل النهوض بتحسين بيئة الأعمال أو ما يعرف بالتنافسية مطلباً أساسياً لا غنى عنه لكل دولة متطلعة إلى غد مشرق، راغبة في التحفيز والحفاظ على بيئة تولد قيمة مجدية من مشروعاتها وتحقق المزيد من الرفاهية لشعبها، ويرتبط رفع مستوى معيشة المواطن وتحقيق الرفاهية والاستقرار وتوفير فرص العمل المجدية بتحقيق تنمية اقتصادية متوازنة وبمعدلات مرتفعة، وتساعد التنافسية على تحقيق هذا الهدف عن طريق الارتقاء بمستوى أداء مختلف القطاعات الحكومية والخاصة وتنويع القاعدة الإنتاجية للاقتصاد، مما يؤدي إلى خلق فرص وظيفية جديدة وزيادة معدلات تكوين منشآت الأعمال، ومن ثم زيادة الناتج المحلي الإجمالي. ومن الطبيعي أن يكون تحسين البيئة الاستثمارية هو الطريق الأقصر نحو زيادة معدلات الاستثمار الذي يعتبر المحرك الرئيسي للنمو والاقتصاد. إن تحسين تنافسية المملكة سيتيح إيجاد حلول جذرية تتمثل في توسيع القاعدة الاقتصادية وتنويعها، وسوف يسهم في تحفيز نمو قطاع الأعمال وزيادة معدلات التوظيف في القطاع الخاص، علاوة على الارتقاء بمستوى الإنتاجية في كافة القطاعات. كما أن تسهيل الإجراءات وتطوير الأنظمة بشكل ومضمون يكون أكثر شفافية ومعززا للنزاهة هو من أسس التنافسية، والذي تفتح المجال للمنافسة الشريفة التي يمكن أن تمكن القطاع الخاص من ممارسة دوره في مجال التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية وتوفر بيئة عمل صحية، كما تقلل من فرص الفساد. ولقد تم وضع تصنيفات كثيرة للقدرة التنافسية كي توظف في تقويم الأداء الاقتصادي على مستوى الدول والمستوى العالمي، وقد أثبتت هذه التصنيفات قيمتها، إذ مكنت الدول من تحديد أولوياتها التنموية، كما إنها وبمرور الوقت وفرت لها رؤية أفضل وأكثر وضوح حول نقاط القوة ومكامن الضعف النسبية لكل دولة. ولا يخفى عليكم أن المملكة ضمن ال20 أكبر اقتصاد في العالم، وهي تحتل المرتبة الأولى في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، كما أن المملكة هي أكبر سوق اقتصادي حر في منطقة الشرق الأوسط، إذ تحوز على 25% من إجمالي الناتج القومي العربي. ويشكل قطاع النفط والغاز والبتروكيماويات أكبر القطاعات الاقتصادية لما تتوفر فيه من ميز نسبية، يليها قطاع الصناعة والخدمات. وتركز المملكة الآن على استغلال هذه الميز النسبية في تنويع النشاط الاقتصادي ووضع الأسس لبناء اقتصاد معرفي منافس على المستوى الإقليمي والعالمي، إضافة إلى عدد من الموارد الطبيعية الواعدة في مجال التعدين، كما أن الموقع الجغرافي للمملكة يجعلها منفذا سهلا لأسواق أوروبا وآسيا وأفريقيا، ويتمتع سوقها بقدرة شرائية عالية، كما يشهد سوقها المحلي توسعا مستمرا. وجدير بالذكر أن المملكة من أسرع الدول في النمو الاقتصادي على مستوى العالم، كما يعتبر الريال السعودي من أكثر العملات في العالم استقرارا، حيث لم يكن هناك تغير كبير في قيمة صرفه خلال ال3 العقود الأخيرة، ولا توجد هناك أي قيود مفروضة على الصرف والتحويل بالعملات الأجنبية وتحويل رؤوس الأموال والأرباح للخارج. أما بالنسبة لمعدلات التضخم في المملكة فهي منخفضة جدا، كما وتسعى المملكة لتوقيع اتفاقيات ثنائية مع عدد من الدول لتشجيع وحماية الاستثمار ومنع الازدواج الضريبي. أيها الحفل الكريم، إن من الأدوار الرئيسية التي تقوم عليها الهيئة العامة للاستثمار هو المساهمة في رفع التنافسية من خلال التقويم المستمر لبيئة الاستثمار في المملكة، ورصد التقارير والمؤشرات العالمية، وتسليط الضوء على نقاط القوة ومكامن الضعف فيها، والعمل جنبا إلى جنب مع الأجهزة الحكومية المختلفة لتحسين أنظمة وإجراءات الاستثمار. ومن أهم المؤشرات التي تعكس تنافسية المملكة هو تقرير ممارسة الأعمال الصادر عن البنك الدولي حيث يقوم التقرير بتوفير أساس موضوعي لفهم طبيعة البيئة الإجرائية لأنشطة الأعمال التجارية والعمل على تحسينها والارتقاء بها في مختلف أنحاء العالم. وبفضل من الله ثم بجهود وتكاتف الأجهزة الحكومية احتلت المملكة المركز 26 ضمن 185 دولة في التصنيف العالمي من حيث سهولة أداء الأعمال، وتعد المملكة من أفضل 50 دولة قامت بإصلاحات اقتصادية خلال ال10 سنوات الماضية، وهو عمر التقرير. فقد تحسنت المملكة في ترتيبها من مرتبة 67 إلى 26 في ال8 سنوات الماضية. كذلك من ضمن المؤشرات التي تعكس تنافسية المملكة تقرير الاستثمار العالمي الصادر عن مؤتمر الأمم المتحدة للتجارة والتنمية الأمم، والذي يؤكد بيئة الاستثمار الجاذبة في المملكة ومكانتها الاقتصادية كأكبر مستقطب للاستثمارات الأجنبية المباشرة الواردة بين دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي. ويرجح التقرير السبب في ذلك إلى بيئة الاستثمار في المملكة وإلى حجم اقتصادها، حيث تبلغ قيمة الناتج المحلي الإجمالي السعودي نحو 730 مليار دولار، أي قرابة 47% من حجم اقتصاديات منطقة الخليج. أيها الحفل الكريم، هناك توجهات متنوعة في تعريف الفساد، فهناك من يعرفه بأنه الخروج عن القانون والنظام أو استغلال غيابهما من أجل تحقيق مصالح سياسية أو اقتصادية أو اجتماعية للفرد أو لجماعة معينة، فهو سلوك يخالف الواجبات الرسمية للمنصب العام تطلعا إلى تحقيق مكاسب خاصة مادية أو معنوية. وتعرف منظمة الشفافية الدولية الفساد بأنه كل عمل يتضمن سوء استخدام المنصب العام لتحقيق مصلحة خاصة ذاتية لنفسه أو جماعته. ويتخذ الفساد أشكالا وأوجه عدة، منها هدر الموارد الاقتصادية أو الزيادة غير المبررة للأعباء على الموازنة العامة، أو خفض كفاءة الأداء الاقتصادي، أو سوء توزيع الموارد بقصد تحقيق منافع شخصية مادية أو غير مادية، عينية كانت أو نقدية على حساب المصلحة العامة. ومنها أيضا الرشوة وسوء استخدام السلطة والتعاملات السرية. وقد حثنا ديننا الحنيف على الإصلاح وحارب الفساد بجميع أوجهه وأشكاله، لما يؤديه إلى أضرار اقتصادية واجتماعية وسياسية وخيمة. يقول الله عز وجل في محكم التنزيل: تلك الدار الآخرة نجعلها للذين لا يريدون علوا في الأرض ولا فسادا والعاقبة للمتقين. ويقول سبحانه: يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تخونوا الله والرسول وتخونوا أماناتكم وأنتم تعلمون. فممارسة الفساد خيانة لله والرسول والأمانة. ولقد أجمعت آراء الاقتصاديين والسياسيين عبر التاريخ على أن الفساد معوق كبير لأي تنمية ولأي تقدم للدول، بل أنه حجر عثرة في سبيل الرقي بالأمم. لذلك جاءت أهمية تعزيز النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد بجميع أشكالها وأنواعها، كما تم استحداث مؤشرات عالمية تمكن من قياس مستوى الفساد لتكون حافز للدول على إصلاح أوضاعها. ومن أهم تلك المؤشرات التقرير السنوي حول مؤشرات مدركات الفساد الصادر عن منظمة الشفافية الدولية. ويقوم التقرير بترتيب الدول حول العالم حسب درجة مدى ملاحظة وجود الفساد في الموظفين والسياسيين. وحسب تقرير 2012 جاءت كل من الدنمارك وفنلندا ونيوزيلندا في المرتبة الأولى على مؤشر مدركات الفساد لعام 2012، إذ حصلت كل منها على 90 نقطة. وفي المقابل وجاءت كل من أفغانستان وكوريا الشمالية والصومال في ذيل ذلك التصنيف مجددا، وذلك راجع إلى انعدام المساءلة للقيادات في تلك الدول وضعف المؤسسات العامة فيها. ومن الجدير بالذكر أن تراجع المملكة من المرتبة 57 إلى 66 يرجع إلى انضمام دول جديدة في تقرير 2012، حيث سجلت 44 نقطة وهو نفس الترتيب لعام 2011. وإذا ما علمنا أن انخفاض وحدة واحدة في مؤشر الفساد المتصور يمكن أن يؤدي إلى زيادة قدرها نقطة مئوية في معدل نمو نصيب الفرد من الناتج المحلي الإجمالي. ونرى الارتباط الوثيق لمكافحة الفساد وتنافسية الدولة. هناك علاقة عكسية بين الفساد والتنافسية، حيث أن انتشار الفساد يعمل على إعاقة النمو والتقدم ويؤدي إلى إهدار الموارد والأموال العامة وسوء توزيع الدخل، وبالتالي الإخلال بالمنظومة الاجتماعية والاقتصادية للمجتمع، مما يسبب الخلل الخطير في عملية المبادلات وفقدان الميزات النسبية للدولة، ويضعف من وضعها التنافسي الدولي. وهذا يوضح الدور الهام الذي تلعبه الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد في رفع تنافسية المملكة. فالآثار المباشرة تتمثل بالهدر، والغير مباشرة تتمثل بالخسائر الاقتصادية المحتملة التي كان من الممكن الحصول عليها عن طريق استغلال المبالغ التي تم هدرها. إن تعزيز النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد ومحاربة كافة أشكاله وضعت كأساس جوهري لتحقيق التنمية الشاملة والنهوض بالاقتصاد وتعزيز مفهوم الإصلاح وإقامة مفاهيم الحكم الرشيد، وهذا ما بنيت عليه هذه الدولة المباركة وفقها الله. فإن تقليل الفرص المتاحة لممارسة الفساد في القطاعين العام والخاص يؤدي إلى إيجاد بيئة اقتصادية واستثمارية جاذبة. كما أن تعزيز النزاهة ليس شعارات فقط، بل نتيجة عمل دؤوب يبدأ من وضع أهداف ومبادئ وترجمتها إلى سياسات عمل وإجراءات، من توزيع المسؤوليات وتحديد الصلاحيات إلى سياسات إفصاح وعدم تضارب مصالح والمتابعة الجادة في تنفيذها. من خلال هذا تتولد ثقافة قوية في فهم النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد، وتضعف نفوذ ضعاف النفوس، بل تحميهم من الانزلاق في هذه المخاطر. وأحب أن أنوه باستمرار تعميق الشراكة والتعاون بين الهيئة العامة للاستثمار والهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد، وأتقدم بالشكر والتقدير لجميع الجهات الحكومية والخاصة التي تساهم بفعالية في جهود تعزيز النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد وتحسين بيئة الاستثمار في المملكة ورفع تنافسية اقتصادها على المستوى الدولي. ويسرني أيضا تقبل الملاحظات والمقترحات لتطوير استراتيجية الاستثمار التي هدفها الأول والأخير هي تهيئة البيئة التي تساعد على تفعيل دور القطاع الخاص المحلي والأجنبي في تحقيق الأهداف التنموية للمملكة. وليس لدي ختام كلمة أقولها أكثر من ما قال خطيب المسجد الحرام الدكتور صالح بن حميد في خطبته يوم الجمعة هذا، عندما قال: لا مكان لمخرب بين شعب يدرك معنى البناء. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، سعادة الدكتور عبد الرحمن بن عبد الله الزامل
لا تقول عمر ولا أرقام ولا تاريخ ولا شيء.
بدأ حياته العملية عام 1973 ميلادية كأستاذ مساعد في جامعة الملك فهد للبترول والمعادن بالظهران، ثم عين نائبا لمحافظ المؤسسة العامة للكهرباء، وبعدها عين وكيلا لوزارة التجارة من عام 1980 إلى غاية 1995 ميلادي، ثم عضوا بمجلس الشورى السعودي ل3 دورات. يتولى الدكتور عبد الرحمن الزامل حاليا رئاسة مجلس إدارة الغرفة التجارية الصناعية بالرياض وعضوية مجالس ورجال متعددة. مثل الدكتور عبد الرحمن الزامل المملكة العربية السعودية في عدد من الهيئات والمؤتمرات الدولية الخاصة بالصناعة والتنمية، كما له عدة مؤلفات ومقالات. الكلمة الآن لسعادة الدكتور عبد الرحمن الزامل حول دور مجتمع الأعمال في حماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صاحب السيد الأخوة الأعزاء والأخوات، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا لدعوتي ممثلا للقطاع الخاص ومتحدثا حول أفضل السبل لممارسات حماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد للقطاع الخاص، لأن من أهم مسببات سقوط الأمم وزوال الأنظمة هو الفساد المالي. لذا سأتحدث عن دور القطاع الخاص السعودي في مواجهته، لأن القطاع الخاص السعودي هو الضحية وليس المتسبب، مع تأييدي لكل ما ذكر من الإخوة معي في هذا البلد. إخوتي، من أجل العمل على تقليل مستوى الفساد المالي في المجتمع، لنحدد أولاً مواقع الفساد الرئيسية في المجتمع واللاعبين الرئيسيين فيه من الأجهزة الحكومية والقطاع الخاص. أولاً، الفساد في المشاريع الخاصة المملوكة من القطاع الخاص، وهي لو حصلت فالخسارة على المالك وهو لم يرضى وعينه مفتوحة وآثارها محدودة. إذن تركيزنا سيكون على فساد القطاع الخاص السعودي والأجنبي العامل في سوقنا في مشاريع الدولة، السعودي والأجنبي. مشاريع الدولة تنقسم إلى ثلاث: صغيرة، متوسطة، وعملاقة. فلنبدأ بالعملاقة، وهي ما زادت عن 500 مليون ريال في كل القطاعات. ولن نضيع وقتنا الآن في محاربة رشوة موظف صغير ينهي لك معاملة بريالين و10 ريال و100 ريال و500 ريال. هذا أمر سيء، ولكن ليس الأولوية في محاربته، وسنركز عليه بعد القضاء على الفساد الأكبر، لأن الكل يردد: ابدأوا بالكبير. إذن لنبدأ بالفساد الأكبر في المشاريع الحكومية الكبيرة. وهل للقطاع الخاص السعودي الحقيقي دورا فيه؟ أكرر: هل للقطاع الخاص السعودي الحقيقي دورا فيه؟ سؤال يطرح نفسه هنا: من ترسى عليه هذه المشاريع في دول الخليج العملاقة، مشاريع عملاقة؟ هل تأخذها الشركات السعودية أو الخليجية الحقيقية المالكة لشركات مقاولات أو مصانع؟ المستثمرين محليا؟ أقولها بصراحة: لا وألف لا. كلها توسع على الشركات الأجنبية المعتمدة على وكلاء ذو نفوذ، أي ليسوا رجال أعمال وليس من القطاع الخاص، أو المتجنسة. وأنتم بالذات السعوديين ما عرف عنكم الغباء، أو المتسترة، والكل يعلم ذلك. إذن القطاع الخاص السعودي الحقيقي بريء، لأنه ليس لاعبا رئيسيا بهذه اللعبة. إخوتي، لعلي أذكر لكم تجربتي مع الشركات الأجنبية العملاقة اللاعبة الرئيسية في سوق. منذ 3 سنوات كنت مشاركا في اجتماع دولي مهم في موناكو في فرنسا، وهو اجتماع رجال الأعمال من مجموعة 20 B20، والمنعقد بالتزامن مع G20 الحكومي، والذي ترفع له توصيات واقتراحات رجال الأعمال في B20. وكانت كل دولة من أعضاء 20، ونحن كما تعلمون أعضاء في مجموعة، لهم ممثلين من القطاع الخاص في هذه اللجان. فشاركت أنا في اللجنة المخصصة لمناقشة أزمة الطاقة ومسبباتها. كان يومها الكل منزعج من قلة المعروض وارتفاع الأسعار، لذلك قرر قادة العالم ورؤساء الشركات مناقشة هذا الأمر. وحدد المتحدث الرئيسي مسببات الأزمة، أزمة النفط وأزمة الأسعار، ب4 أسباب: القوى الوطنية وصراعاتها مع حكوماتها، المؤثرات الإقليمية، العوامل السياسية، ورابعا الفساد. هذا كلام منهم. فركزت شخصيا على العامل المتعلق بالفساد، وهو الأهم، وأثره في الأزمات التي تعيشها الدول المنتجة للنفط. فذكرت لهم أن كل العقود الرئيسية في الدول المنتجة للنفط وفي كل المجالات هي موقعة معكم. كانوا قدامي كلهم chairmans of the board، أكبر 20 شركة كلهم عاملين بالمملكة. ذكرت لهم أن كل العقود موقعة معكم يا زملائي المشاركين في هذه الجلسة، لأني أعرف أغلبهم يعملون عندنا في دول الخليج، في أفريقيا ونيجيريا. سؤال الرئيسي لكم يا أصحاب الشركات عملاق المشاركة معنا، قلت لهم إن قناعتي إن كل الثورات والمشاكل الاجتماعية سببها الفساد. الفساد يضعف الاقتصاد ويسقط الأنظمة مهما قويت قوتها العسكرية، لأن سلامة الاقتصاد وقوته بعد الله هي أساس السلامة. لذلك وجدنا سقوط دول قوية مثل الاتحاد السوفيتي، قوية عسكرية ضعيفة اقتصاديا من الفساد. ليبيا، سوريا، العراق، إيران، نيجيريا كلها سقطت أو تتساقط بسبب الفساد الذي يؤدي إلى الفقر والطبقية. وبالرغم من أنها كلها دول نفطية ومداخلها كبيرة، ومع ذلك سقط. سؤالي لكم أيها الأخوة رؤساء الشركات المشاركة معنا، ذكرت لهم في موناكو: ألا تعتقدون أن الفساد في قطاع الأعمال والذي تمارسونه أنتم عند توقيع العقود مع دول النفط هو الذي يتحمل مسؤولية الفوضى السياسية في مجتمعات العالم الثالث وخاصة المنتجة، والتي أدت إلى زعزعة الاستقرار وأدت إلى انخفاض الإنتاج وزيادة أسعار النفط من 60 يومها إلى 120 دولار، ولله الحمد والشكر، والأمل كبير بأن يصل إلى 150 دولار لو وفق الله حكومتنا وخفضت الإنتاج إلى 8 مليون برميل فقط بدل من 10 مليون، حفاظا على ثروتنا الوطنية للأجيال القادمة. يعني في ناس واجد يقولون احفظوا الطاقة، ارفعوا الأسعار على السعوديين، ارفعوا الأسعار على الديزل، ارفعوا الأسعار على البنزين. شنو الخيارات اللي عندنا؟ الحمد لله أن عندنا سد عالي طويل العمر، الملك عبد الله محمد الشريف يعرف وأنا أعرف وأعضاء وحضورها يعرفون. كم محاولاتنا في الشورى زيادة التكلفة على هذا المواطنين، السد العالي رجعها من فوق لتحت. الملك يقول لا، هذه أمنيتنا إن شاء الله. الشركات هذه وقعت كلهم الأجنبية موقعين على تعهدات قانونية في بلدهم للالتزام بعدم دفع رشاوى بطريقة مباشرة أو غير مباشرة. والإخوة الأجانب المشاركين معنا يفهمون 100% ما أقصد بالغير مباشرة، ولكنهم أيها الإخوة استغربوا أن يطرح هذا الموضوع في المؤتمر سعودي. واحد قال كمان يا سعودي. ليه؟ لأن الصورة العامة أن كل سعودي رجل أعمال فاسد، وكل صاحب سلطة في المملكة فاسد. وقلت لهم قد يقول قائل منكم إنه إذا ما دفعت أحد الشركات الرشوة يذهب المشروع للشركة الدافعة الثانية. هذا قال لي واحد منهم، وردي هو هذا صحيح، ولكن هل الغاية تبرر الوسيلة؟ إن كانت الغاية تبرر الوسيلة كانت تبرر جمع الأموال، فنصحتهم بأن يتوجهوا للمخدرات أفضل. I'm very sorry for the young ladies. أو التجارة بالجنس الناعم أفضل، لأنها تستقطب أموال وأصدقاء كثيرون خاصة من VIP. إن ما يزعجنا هو أن دافع الرشاوى من الشركات العملاقة في الغرب والشرق العاملة في منطقتنا يديرها مجالس إدارات مكونة من خيرة القوم في بلدانهم، وزراء سابقين، قيادات، وكلاء وزارات، رؤساء شركات، خيرة القوم. فكيف يوافقون على الدفع 100 مليون دولار، 200 مليون، 500 مليون دولار لمدراهم يدفعوها في الدول الفقيرة؟ كيف؟ واضح أن الفساد ما حكمته كل النصائح اللي نسمعها. حطوا عندكم محكوميات، حطوا عندكم قواعد، حطوا عندكم أخلاق، حطوا عندكم كذا. إذا ما حكمتهم هم صاروا 50 سنة يتعلمون الكلام. إحنا عندنا قرآن 600 صفحة، كل صفحة يقول لعن الله الراشي والمرتشي. بس المشكلة المرتشي والراشي ما يحضرون ولا يقرون. إحنا اللي نقرون توهق، ما نعطي رشوة، ما يجينا الأعمال. إذن أول هدف لنا في محاربة الفساد في بلدان الخليج هو التركيز على المشاريع العملاقة، عشان هيئة الفساد ما تضيع وقتها في متابعة واحد في الباحة ولا واحد في عرعر. لا، ركزي على شرع طريق النكاح، طريق كذا، حتى ركبي أنا أعطيك مثال، تعالوا. فركزوا على الشركات، شوفوا هو أول هدف لنا في محاربة الفساد في بلدان الخليج تركيز على مشاريع عملاقة عند كل الأجهزة الحكومية دون استثناء، مثل ما قال ابن محمد. وهنا أيضا القطاع الخاص السعودي الحقيقي بريء. ويجب أن تعلموا أنه ليس كل فرد سعودي أو حامل جواز أخضر هو من القطاع الخاص السعودي الحقيقي. لذا فنصيحتي لهيئة مكافحة الفساد أن تتحالف قانونيا واستراتيجيا بقوة مع المنظمات العالمية مثل الشفافية الدولية، ومع مكاتب مؤسسة هولدر موفلز وغيرهم. فائدة هؤلاء التعاون معنا ستكون كبيرة لنا ولسوقنا، لنجاحاتهم في أسواقهم، ولأن مشكلتنا مع الفساد هو الفساد المستورد من الشركات العملاقة من أسواقهم. هذه تقارير فيها اسماء شركات، كم واحد عوقبت وبأرقام. هذا هم زمايلنا. المفروض أي اسم يطلع في هذا التقرير يجب أن لا تدعى لأي عملية في المملكة. أكبر مصيبة كانت أكبر شركة أمريكية عوقبت في أمريكا ب 800 مليون دولار، وكنا في المؤتمر جاءنا الخبر انبسطنا، قلنا يا سلام نيجيريا حينبسطوا الآن لأن السرقة تمت في نيجيريا. 800 مليون دولار معناته بيبنون على الأقل 50,000 بيت للنيجيريين، وإذا بالقرار يطلع إنه 800 مليون دولار تدخل الميزانية، ميزانية فيدرالية. سرقة فوق سرقة. لذلك ما لازم بس نشبع نصائح، يجب أن نصل للواقع لمعرفة الواقع. أنا أتمنى من هيئة الفساد عندنا أن تأخذ المطبوعات وتترجمها في السوق 10 ريال. الآن والغريب أن هذه الهيئات العالمية الشفافية الدولية، ترى الشفافية الدولية في أحد من الشفافية الدولية anybody from Transparency International can you tell me which year you were established?
1993.
شكرا. I told you that. 1993, a leading, excellent American, one of the most integrity company came to me when I was deputy minister, complaining about competition, not fair competition in Saudi Arabia, because other companies are, paid, and they are not willing to pay. I told them it's your responsibility. Form and support an international organization like that. I know you know the company. They have flown, and they decided to do it in Germany because they don't want to identify it with the Americans. I hope these are true information, but it happened. So Saudis don't like corruption. They fight it. الغريب, what's surprising that Transparency International, the others, they have offices everywhere in the world. None in the Arab world except one in Dubai. I think Saudi Arabia must have offices. Our chambers of commerce willing to host those offices to help our الهيئة, نساعد الهيئة. لأن هذا هو هدفنا. هم الخبراء يعرفون ربيعاتهم ويعرفون من الخربان. الآن لننتقل أيها الإخوة، إذا الآن حددنا هذا الفاصل. سم، أنت ضيعت صفرتي، ضيعت علشان تجيبني. الآن ننتقل إلى مصدر آخر للفساد في بلدنا، وهو في المشاريع الحكومية الصغيرة والمتوسطة والكبيرة التي يشتكي منها القطاع الصناعي الخاص، وهو عدم تنفيذ المقاولين والاستشاريين ومدراء المشاريع الأوامر السامية بإعطاء الأولوية للمنتج المحلي أو الخدمة المحلية، بالرغم من متابعة وزارة المالية وديوان المراقبة لهذه المخلفات. ولكن الشيء أكبر من الرجع. أقولها لكم، هذه هي مصادر الفساد. الآن هذا هدر يا أخوان. أيضا هنا يلعب الاستشاري السعودي أحيانا أو الأجنبي دائما دورا رئيسيا من لعبة الفساد، ويتفادون تطبيق الأوامر السامية ويفرضون المنتج الأجنبي المماثل نظير أمور التسويق كما يطلقون عليها، أو لتوقعاتهم استلام درع الملكة لأفضل مسوق لمنتج بلده. هذا هدر عظيم للأموال وللإنجازات الوطنية والمبالغ المتوقع خسائرها للمصانع المحلية سنويا لا تقل عن 100 مليار ريال على الاقتصاد الوطني، على افتراض أن قيمة المشاريع الحكومية التي تحت التنفيذ حوالي 300 مليار ريال سنويا. إلى إلى جانب مشاريع أرامكو التي تبلغ حوالي سنويا 100 مليار ريال، حيث أن الخطة الخمسية للصرف على المشاريع القادمة في أرامكو تبلغ 120 مليار دولار، يعني 500 مليار ريال. ولقد أعلنت الخطة كل القطاعات المرشحة. خطة أرامكو واضحة، حددت النسب من كل قطاع كم يحصر للسعوديين. أمنيتي أن مؤسساتنا الحكومية تتبع هذا الأسلوب. تصوروا الهدر والخسارة لو استطاع الفساد أن ينجح بتهديد استخدام المنتج المحلي. وأمنيتي أن تتبع الدولة أسلوب مماثل بتحديد المنتجات المؤهلة وبمنع الاستخدام أو غيرها، أو كما تفعل أرامكو. ستصبح السعودية من غير مبالغة كوريا الشرق. فلماذا نحن البلد الوحيد في العالم الذي يخالف الجميع أوامر قيادته وبتشجيع مع الأسف من المسؤولين وبحجج واهية تغطية للفساد والمصالح الشخصية؟ هنا الضحية هو القطاع الخاص، المنتج والمستثمر والموظف للأعمال السعودية. مثل هذه المخالفات أيها الأخوة قد تدفع بعض الصناعيين، ولا أبرئهم، ورجال الأعمال للمساهمة في الفساد مضطرين، لأنه بحاجة للعمل كما يقولون مع الأسف، ولا يجد من يدافع عنه، ولا يستطيع أن يشتكي لأنه سيحارب. وأخطر تهمة يتهم بها رجل الأعمال السعودي بأنه لا يرشد، وهذا خطير، تهمة خطيرة. ما أستطيع أن أؤكد لكم أنه لا يوجد رجل أعمال له الرغبة في الدفع في إعطاء أمواله طواعية لغير المستحق، إنما يضغط عليه. إخوتي، لعلي أطرح عليكم تجربتنا في محاربة الفساد في عدم تنفيذ الأوامر السامية. الأوامر السامية كلكم عارفينها. أول لجنة عملت لمتابعة تنفيذ الفساد كانت برئاسة الزميل محمد عبد الله الشريف، كان وكيل وزارة المالية، وعضويتي ممثل لوزارة التجارة، مبارك الخفرة وكيل للصناعة، عبد العزيز أبو حميد ممثل لديوان المراقبة. عملت هذه اللجنة، فحصت العقود، رفعت التقارير المقام السامي، كانت نتائجها ممتازة، ثم توقفت بخروج الشريف والزامر والخفرة من الدولة. ثانيا، بعد أن توقفت أنشأنا لجنة في مجلس الوفد، أنشأت من قبلي ولا زالت تعمل، ومكونة من صناعيين كل يدفع 100,000 ريال، وعيننا محامين وبدأنا المتابعة الشرسة بدراسة المواصفات ومتابعة الصناعيين، يخبرون الصناعيين ونتائجها رائعة. ففي خلال 8 أشهر هذا العام حولنا 15 مليار ريال كانت موصفة في العقود لمصادر أجنبية إلى مصانع سعودية. تصوروا يا أخوان، يعني المواصفات معتمدة باستشاري المشاريع نفسها الذين لم يحاولوا حتى إعطاء المنتجين السعوديين الفرصة للمنافسة، ولم يتم زيارة المشاريع الصناعية السعودية في المملكة، إنما تم اعتماد المنتج الأجنبي فقط. هذه لجنة من صناع وأدت لهذه النتائج. تصوروا أيها الأخوة لو اشترك معنا عضو من هيئة مكافحة الفساد مع هذه اللجنة لاستطعنا أن نرهب الآخرين، والمفضل أن يكون برئاسة ممثل الهيئة، والتي بالإمكان أن يكون الدكتور عبد الله عبد القادر. ليه؟ الذي ذاق الأمرين لما كان معانا في القطاع الخاص. عبد الله عبد القادر كان مدير عام الشركة الوطنية للأدوية التي أنشأناها في يومها أنشأناها، وكان هو عنده شركة أدوية تو باقي، مات يحاول يبيع منتجات وما قدر. أنا أمنيتي أن تشترك معنا، وكذلك ممثل معنا وزارة المالية. والله لحفظنا لبلدنا البلايين، ولأصبحت مصانعنا 12,000 مصنع بدلا من 6000، ولفتحت فرص العمل الكبيرة لشعبنا، ولأصبحت مبيعاتنا للمنتج المحلي في السوق المحلي 600 مليار بدلا من 300 مليار الآن، صادراتنا الغير نفطية 400 مليار بدلا من 200 مليار. هذه إنجازات كسبناها بسبب الفساد، وأكثره فساد مستورد من خلال استشاريين الأجانب. أما القطاع الخاص السعودي الحقيقي والمنتج فهو بريء وهو ضحية. أسأل أسئلة أطرحها أخيرا للأخوة في الهيئة. السؤال الأول: لماذا تعثرت أكثر المشاريع الحكومية؟ خسائر هذه المشاريع سنويا حسب تقرير الهيئة 40 مليار سنوي. ليه تعثرت مشاريع حكومية؟ السؤال الثاني: لماذا لا يوجد تعثر في مشاريع القطاع الخاص؟ السؤال الثالث: لماذا لا يوجد تعثر في مشاريع الهيئة الملكية للجبال والينبع؟ السؤال الرابع: لماذا لا يوجد تعثر في مشاريع أرامكو؟ خاصة أن كل المشاريع دي تقريبا نفس المقاولين اللي يشتغلون السعوديين في بعض الأجانب. الجواب يا أخوتي واضح وضوح الشمس، وهو دور الفساد إلى جانب نقاط أخرى، ضعف أخرى في الأجهزة الحكومية، كما ذكر تقرير دراسة أعدت لمجلس الغرف في المقام السامي حول تعثر المشاريع. أخوتي، حددت لكم المشكلة، حددت لكم المتهم، حددت لكم الأولوية، فمن يجرأ أن يتحرك، ولا عذر له ولا داعي لاتهام القطاع الخاص بأنه سبب الفساد، وربما قد يكون مشاركا في الفساد رغم عنه. وأخيرا أود أن أشكر قيادتي وحكومتي على إنشاء الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد، والتي بدأت تدخل الرعب. أقول لكم إياها لأن احنا اللي عايشينها. بدأت تدخل الرعب في السوق وتدخل الرعب في المسؤولين، وأعطتنا فرصة لتهديد المخالفين، لأننا سنتوجه لهذه الهيئة. إن إنشاء هذه الهيئة يعكس بوضوح الرغبة الأكيدة للحكومة للقضاء على هذا الداء، وأستطيع أن أؤكد لهذه الهيئة بعد الله الفضل بعد الله في تحقيق لجنتنا في القطاع الخاص كل النجاحات السابقة. شكرا.
شكرا معالي رئيس الهيئة، شكرا سعادة الأستاذ حميد، شكرا معالي المهندس عبد اللطيف، شكرا سعادة الدكتور عبد الرحمن. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، نبتدئ بعون الله أولى جلسات منتدى أفضل الممارسات في حماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد في القطاع الخاص، والجلسة الأولى بعنوان مبادرات مكافحة الفساد في قطاعات متعددة. يتولى رئاسة الجلسة السيدة هالة أبو علوان، ويتحدث فيها كل من السيد كوبوس ميسوارت الرئيس التنفيذي بمنظمة الشفافية الدولية، والسيدة إيلين ديزنسكي مدير أول في مبادرة الشراكة ضد الفساد بالمنتدى الاقتصادي، وسيد ديمتري فراسيس رئيس فرع مكافحة الفساد والجرائم الاقتصادية بمكتب الأمم المتحدة بفيينا، والسيدة إيميلدا دالوب المدير التنفيذي لمبادرة بيرن. فليتفضلوا مشكورين، ولتتفضل رئيسة الجلسة السيدة هالة أبو علوان.
الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نشكر حضوركم هذا المنتدى رفيع المستوى حول أفضل الممارسات لحماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد في القطاع الخاص في المملكة العربية السعودية. هذه الجلسة سوف تعالج موضوع مبادرة مكافحة الفساد في القطاعات المتعددة. اسمحوا لي أن أتكلم باللغة الإنجليزية، وذلك لاستضافة 4 متحدثين يتكلمون اللغة الإنجليزية. في حال لديكم أي سؤال باللغة العربية تفضلوا بطرحه وسأقوم بالترجمة. Dear all, thank you for coming to the Pearl Initiative and Nazaha High Level Forum here in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Please allow me to introduce this panel, the Multi-Sector Anti-Corruption Initiatives. In this panel, we will have voting questions, and the panelists will discuss the results of your voting. So please allow me to introduce the panelists on this panel. We have with us Dr. Cobus Duswart. Cobus joined Transparency International in 2004 and was appointed Managing Director in 2007. His experience spans the field of globalization, development policy, international relationships, and business management. Cobus has taught and worked at universities, multinational corporations, trade unions, and research institutes in managerial and research-related roles around the world. During the 1980s and early 1990s, he was active in the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa as chair of the African National Congress in Cape Town. He is member and former chair of the World Economic Forum Global Agenda Council on Corruption. In addition, he serves on the board of the World Economic Forum Partnering Against Corruption Initiative and is chair of the Berlin Civil Society Center. Cobus holds a PhD in sociology from La Trobe University, Melbourne, and master's philosophy in political and African studies from the University of Cape Town. Welcome, Dr. Cobus. We have also with us Eliane Dezensky. She is the Senior Director and Head of Partnering Against Corruption Initiative, World Economic Forum. She holds Bachelor in International Relationship, Wheaton College, Massachusetts, Master's in Public Policy from Georgetown University. Formerly, Eliane held several managerial positions, Transportation Division, Siemens Corporation, like Lucan Institutions. She was the Special Assistant in the United States Department of Transportation and Assistant Secretary and Deputy Assistant Secretary in the United States Department of Homeland Security. She was the Senior Vice President for Global Government, Cross-Match Technologies, and Managing Director of Global Security Initiative for the 21st Century Interpol. During 2009-2010, she was the Director of Global Strategies, Georgia Tech Research Institute. With World Economic Forum, since July 2010, she is the Senior Director and Head of Risk Response Initiatives. Currently, Senior Director, Head of Partnering Against Corruption Initiative. Welcome, Eliane. And we have also with us Dimitri Vlasis. Dimitri holds a law degree from the University of Athens, Greece, and Master of Laws from the University of Miami, United States of America. He has pursued postgraduate studies in international law at the George Washington University. He is licensed to practice law in Greece and member of the Athens Bar Association. Mr. Vlasis was recruited in 1989 following the successful completion of the United Nations National Competitive Examination, working with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime ever since. From 1998 till 2003, he was Secretary of the Ad Hoc Committee for the elaboration of the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, and from 2004 to 2008, the Secretary of the Conference of the Parties to that convention. From 2001 to 2003, he was Secretary of the Ad Hoc Committee on the negotiation of a Convention Against Corruption. Mr. Vlasis is currently Secretary of the Conference of the States Parties to the Convention. As Chief of the Corruption and Economic Crime Branch, he leads United Nations Office of Drug and Crimes work on action against corruption and other forms of economic crime. And most important, he's married and he has 2 kids. Welcome, Dimitri. And we have also with us Imelda Dunlop, who is the Executive Director of Pearl Initiative. She's based in Dubai since 2002. Imelda has founded a number of entrepreneurial ventures and been a consultant specializing in regional strategy. and corporate responsibility. She has represented the Prince of Wales International Business Leader Forum and led their programs in the Middle East. She researched and authored the IBLF publication, Business and Youth in the Arab World, a source book of good practices for business engagement in youth, employment, skills development, and entrepreneurship. Imelda is a former director of the World Economic Forum in Geneva, Switzerland, where she worked with business executives to progress issues of social importance and business relevance with government, civil society, and academia. Imelda spent much of her career at Monitor Company, a leading global corporate strategy consulting firm. She started out as an engineer at Unilever, managing health, safety, and environmental projects for manufacturing sites around the world, and was involved in pioneering environmental impact analysis in Europe. Imelda's first degree is Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from Birmingham University in the UK. She has Masters in Business Administration from INSEAD in France. Welcome, Imelda. So, as mentioned, this session will all be like the discussion on this session is around your voting results. We will start with a test on the voting. Every one of you has this in front of you, right? On your desk. So we will do the first, this is a test, just to see if it's working. I need a holiday. So 1, strongly agree, 2, partly agree, 3, neutral, 4, disagree. And the results are? So this is how we're going to run our questions. So we're going to see questions on the screen, and the panelists are going to comment on every question. And feel free, please, to ask any question during the voting session. We will start with our first question. Bribery and corruption challenges are a major problem for the private sector in the Gulf region. So bribery, everyone agree, almost we have 46% strongly agree that bribery and corruption challenges are a major problem for the private sector in the Gulf region. In order to comment on this question and know further information about this, I give the floor to Imelda. And Imelda, I'd like to hear your thoughts on how about the regional imperatives and spreads of good practices in the region.
Thank you, Hala. I would like to make a few comments about the spreading of good practices in the region, which is very much what the Pearl Initiative is all about. Mark Twain said, integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is watching. And I think that sums up what we are trying to achieve here, because it's about a movement for the private sector in this region to proactively implement higher standards of integrity, because it makes business sense, not to have a lagging, tick-the-box mentality that's driven by regulation or legislation. And I think the business leaders who support the Pearl Initiative are driven by a desire to build a competitive and vibrant regional economy. We've already heard about a solid control environment, high levels of transparency, and an empowered board of directors make the company both more attractive to investors and lenders, and more profitable. And we've seen that in recent issues of bonds in the region, for example, getting a lower cost of capital, directly related to higher implemented governance standards. The Pearl Initiative, I think, and the approach that we take is vital because it's born from within this region. We can't simply copy and paste solutions from other parts of the world. There are fundamental values in this region of respect for others, of responsibility, and this is a strength. It's an opportunity in terms of spreading those regional best practices widely amongst the business community. We do need to pull in and learn from global best practices, which is why we have invited today Transparency International, World Economic Forum and the United Nations, and why the Pearl Initiative has a partnership with the UN Global Compact to drive joint programs. But fundamentally, everything we do has to be regionally relevant. So we put a lot of emphasis on sharing good practice case studies, practical implemented examples of what works in anti-corruption and good governance in corporations locally here within the GCC region. It also provides case material for teaching at universities here, which we desperately need. One professor I spoke to recently told me that they're still using the Enron case study as the only case study in teaching the ethics program at their business university. Now, obviously, there are huge lessons to be learned from the Enron case, but it was 12 years ago, and we live in a completely different business environment in this region. It's really important for us to get students involved, to get the next generation of business leaders involved, so that they have integrity at the heart of their business education. And we do this a lot. We get students involved in helping us to write our local good practice corporate case studies. In fact, we've just produced a report, and there are a pile outside on the table if anyone would like to pick one up. This just came from the printers on Thursday, actually, so it's hot off the press. And this is the selection of the best case studies written by students from Dar al-Hikmah College, from Prince Sultan University, and from King Saud University in a student case study competition that we ran earlier this year for university students to write case studies of integrity and transparency, good practices in Saudi companies. The focus of this panel is a multi-sector approach, and this is so important. Our case study competition for universities was in collaboration with the King Khalid Foundation and with the Ministry of Labour. And this forum is a groundbreaking event, as it represents an important opportunity for dialogue on anti-corruption good practices between government, civil society, and the private sector at the highest level. I have seen a very positive shift over the last couple of years in the willingness to discuss this issue much more openly and constructively. And I would hope that the Pearl Initiative has played some small part in that. I think that we're at a really important point in the region on this topic. The business case is clearly, increasingly clear and understood. The challenge is now about rigorous implementation. The Pearl Initiative undertook some research that was published in February this year, where we spoke with over 100 heads of family firms in the GCC on their governance and accountability practices. And what it came across very strongly is that many prominent regional family firms have been built on the basis of a very strong set of values. At some point in the near-term future, many of these family firms are transitioning over the reins of power to the next generation. And what is now important is the codifying and embedding of those values, rules, and processes in order to prevent conflict and succession issues and to ensure a successful transition. It's about the mitigation of the risk of things going wrong. As Warren Buffett said, it takes 20 years to build up a reputation, and it can take 5 minutes to destroy it. If we think about that, we'll do things differently. Greater integrity and a more comprehensive alignment of business strategies and objectives will lead to higher corporate performance. It's in all our interests and in the interests of the region to raise the standards of behaviour right through the value chain in the private sector. The value of what we're discussing is not just words on paper, it is about the practical spreading of implemented good practices that work in the region in order to build confidence in the corporate sector, in business, for better investment, for better growth, and for sustainability.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. We'll move to the next question, please. Current anti-bribery and corruption legislation is effective in preventing. Strongly agree, party agree, neutral, or disagree. We start the vote. So we have the majority chose party agree. So we ask ourselves, is this a gap in the legislation itself? Is it sufficient, or we need a bigger, wider involvement? I'll give the floor to Dimitri. Dimitri, do you think using the United Nations Convention Against Corruption framework will impact the legislation effect, especially by strengthening partnership between the private and public sector?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the opportunity of being with you today and saying a few words. Let me start with your question, will the convention help? Well, the convention is helping already. It is now 10 years old, and we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of its adoption. And it is now endowed, empowered with a very robust implementation review mechanism, a monitoring mechanism based on the peer review concept. We are in the third year of operation of that mechanism, and we are seeing already the impact both of the convention and of the mechanism itself. We see, for example, an increase in legislation and regulation. I suppose the question that you have put to voting is probably intended to cover both. With legislation, I would mean much more hardcore laws, particularly criminal laws. But with regulation, I intend to cover all the other constellation of normative action that governments take in order to prevent and to fight corruption. So we see many more laws. We see also much more robust enforcement. And we also see that there's much more knowledge that is being imparted around the world about not only the problem itself and how corrosive that is, not only the fact that you cannot ignore any of its manifestations or any of it, regardless of its size, but also what needs to be done and how to do it. I heard this morning, and again just a moment ago, from Imelda, and also this morning from His Excellency the President of the Pearl Initiative, the fact that, to use his expression, the tide is turning, especially perhaps here in the region more than in other places. And I am particularly impressed by the work that the Pearl Initiative is doing here in the region. Obviously, solutions need to be adapted to the problems that they're trying to address. And obviously, a strong focus on the region is particularly important because of the reasons that Imelda mentioned, the reasons, the strong value set that you have in the region, the fact that the region is different. However, having said this, we cannot shield the region or any region from a problem that is, I think, by everybody's recognition, global in nature. And I think it was revealing the points that the remarks that His Excellency, the Chairman of the Chamber of Commerce made are revealing to that effect. It is a global problem. It is an issue that transcends borders, transcends regions, and therefore we need to focus on regional solutions, but at the same time be aware of the fact that those solutions need to tie in with other solutions that are applicable in other areas. This is why the convention is important. The convention, in its very short life, has acquired an impressive following. We now have 168 states parties from around the world, 4/5, more than 4/5 of the entire membership of the United Nations. And I'm hoping that in the next couple of weeks, we will also hear of some more ratifications. So we are approaching the universal adherence which is necessary. Now, obviously, regulation and legislation is only one side of the coin. What we need to do, apart from, of course, focusing on implementation, because you can have wonderful laws, beautifully written, but they are of little value if they are not fully and robustly implemented. But in addition to laws, you need also partnerships, you need also the coalitions and the collaboration between the various stakeholders, and here obviously I will focus on the private sector. The coalitions between the public and the private sector, which are now being more and more recognized. So the tide is turning. Yes, it is turning. You can see that the private sector is much more involved. And I am very, very pleased to hear that here in the region, you have that this message is permeating in the various types and sizes of companies. But are we where we would like to be? I am afraid that my take on this, and I do not speak only about this region, but I speak globally. My take on this is that we are not there yet. We are not at the point where we would like to be. Let me give you an example. About a month and a half ago, there was a very interesting article that Reuters published. It was referring to an increase in investigation and enforcement in China, particularly against pharmaceutical companies. And then after describing what is new, the article then had a second paragraph that started with the following. These investigations, the increase in these investigations, represents the highest business risk for companies in the country and in the region. Now, this is indicative of the mentality. It is the investigations that is a risk, not the practices that are being investigated. So it is the investigations that are upsetting the corporate world operating in the country, not the practices in which the corporate world was engaging and were being investigated. And I think that this is particularly important because you see it in other parts of the world as well. And you see it before there was mention about the Global Compact and the partnership that the Pearl Initiative has with the Global Compact. Now, the Global Compact has 10 principles. Anti-corruption is the 10th principle that was added in 2004 after the convention was adopted. The other principles relate to labor, human rights, environmental protection, and so on. Now, if you pay a little bit of attention on the action and the narrative on those 9 principles, you will see that it is very positive. This is what we need to do to protect the environment, to protect human rights, to protect against child labor. If you look at the narrative of the 10th principle, it's all negative. It's all about compliance to regulation and legislation and risk mitigation and management. Now, I would suggest to you that unless we make a conscious effort to move away from this negative approach and towards a positive and more proactive approach, we will not come to the point where we want to be. Nowadays, in addition to legislation and regulation, there's a lot of discussion about public-private partnerships. There's a lot of discussion about collective action. Both of those are terms, like the term corruption after all, which create definitional challenges because they are created by academia, like governance, for example. It can be anything to anybody. Now, I would suggest to you, and in the interest of time, that the most important collective action is the one that tries to address the needs that countries have, particularly developing countries, in order to meet the challenges that corruption creates. We have now the information. The implementation review mechanism, the peer review mechanism, is producing a wealth of information. Countries are identifying what they need in terms of technical assistance, in terms of help, in terms of support, in order to fight corruption effectively. And they benchmark those needs against implementation. This is one way also of coming back in a few years, if that assistance is provided, and see if we actually are making an impact. We can benchmark, we can evaluate impact based on better implementation. The most important public-private partnership, I believe, would be if we can join forces, governments, international organizations like ourselves, and the private sector, in order to meet those needs, in order to help these countries play their role. I think it is important for the private sector, and I was very pleased to hear His Excellency, the Chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, saying that the private sector is willing to invest in this particular area. Let's join forces. Help us to help others and to help you, the private sector, acquire the perennial and ever-elusive level playing field. Legislation is only one aspect. Public-private partnerships and working together is the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. We move to the third question. My organization has an implemented code of conduct that is fully embedded throughout the workforce culture. Strongly agree, partly agree, neutral, disagree. We'll start the vote. So strongly agree. As we know, actually, the code of conduct is one of the main anti-corruption practices. I give the floor to Cobus, and I'd like to hear your views. Do you think like companies need to have stronger anti-corruption practices?
Good morning. Thank you very much. Let me start off by saying that I'm delighted to be here. It's the first time I'm in your country, and much appreciated for the invitation. We have worked, and I've had contact before with both the Pearl Initiative as well as with Nazaha, and looking forward to continue those. I would like to put a context to the issue of practices and a code of conduct. And this context, by its very nature, is an international one, given from where I sit. And I would like to do that by talking briefly, very briefly, about TI, of how the world is changing and its big trends, and then particularly the private sector, and I'll link the code of conduct in there. So firstly, about Transparency International, we today have national chapters in 112 countries around the world. These are all locally registered entities. We are not a headquarters, and that's why to have a chapter in this country, we would need to have a local grouping that would come up and approach us, such as others have done, but clearly the door is open and looking forward to that. Secondly, we work in a particular advocacy style, one where we have a critical but constructive engagement with all stakeholders. We are not in a name and shame game. We are in the way of working to particularly bring multi-stakeholder groups together. Business, private sector, civil society. We believe that is essential to success. Secondly, if I briefly look at the world developments over the last 20 years, they're interesting to see where we are today. Big picture, firstly, about 20 years ago, in the early 1990s, the biggest anti-corruption challenge was to create a political will to tackle this issue. And that's why if you see the early years also of TI was very much centered around creating a political will. Very quickly we realized, and all of those in the anti-corruption world realized, without a strong international legal framework, that this fight was impossible, because you cannot successfully tackle local corruption, in my view, if you do not tackle international corruption at its root. And with that, the United Nations Convention, but also the OECD Convention, helped to set this legal framework, which is a basis, and an essential basis to fight corruption. Thirdly, we then see the next wave starting around about the year 2000 with the development of tools, code of conduct being one of those, as they develop to start to give some practice to this emerging new legal framework worldwide. During the mid-2000s, we go into exactly your earlier question. Around the world, we see that enforcement and monitoring of these both conventions as well as tools become the big challenge. And you, to some extent, have the whole compliance industry developing in that time. And the way that I say it, you realize that I'll make a slightly cynical comment about that in a moment. And then, I think, from a civil society perspective, the most exciting thing, towards the end of the first 10 years of this century, we see a much greater demand from people around the world, citizens, for accountability. And that manifests itself in different parts of the world differently, but that is a real game changer. Ordinary citizens around the world start to say, we've had enough of this. And that new wave means that currently there are two very interesting trends at work around the world. Firstly, even to my surprise, when the BBC ran a worldwide poll asking people around the world what is the most talked, important, global social issue of our time, around the world they said corruption. That's amazing. 5 years ago that would not have happened. There is a groundswell around the world of people saying we've had enough. Secondly, we see a very interesting trend in the fight against corruption. Particularly from the mid-1990s, the focus was very much on institutions and organizations and creating accountability in these. And that will continue. But over the last 2-3 years, you see an increasing shift to also holding individuals to account. To say it's not good enough that we only hold institutions to account, whilst those individuals with a lack of integrity and a lack of accountability are often at the heart of when things go wrong, also need to be held accountable. And I think in the next couple of years you will see from many, including TI, a much stronger push on no impunity for the corrupt. That trend and groundswell most definitely, in my view, will happen. If I move lastly to the private sector, and here I'll make three categories of points. Firstly, the problem. And there I do want to make an opening comment. If there's one single thing that I know about corruption, is that it is a truly global problem. It manifests itself differently around the world, in different sectors, in different regions, but it's global. And when you look, for example, in your region, our research, interestingly enough, and research done by others, show that about 40% of business people in the Gulf think that bribery and corruption is a problem for them. It's interesting, the voting was 47% here, so it looks a little bit similar. And this is higher than in some other regions in the world. But on other areas, again, problems are bigger in other regions of the world. Sectors. In your region, the construction sector is one that comes out continually as a very big problem. And this is important because it also shows one where are the weaknesses in terms of various procurement issues and so forth to focus upon. But the good news about this is that there cannot be a blaming game here. No company, no country, no organization can say it's your problem. It is our problem. It is all of us are in this together. And that is very important when you want to tackle corruption, because most often the reaction of governments and companies are they don't have a problem, the problem lies elsewhere. There's shift to say this is our problem, we have to all deal with it together. Last point on the problem. Broadly speaking, if you look at companies in particular, you essentially see them doing three things today. You have companies that are willing to stick their neck out and really strive out to say, even if the playing field is not level yet, we're going to do the right thing. And they have gone the extra mile. You've got a number of companies that continue to turn a blind eye, also a minority, say there's no problem. And then you have a bulk of companies, I would argue the absolute majority, that tackle corruption accountability issues as a compliance issue. Let's tick the boxes. In my view, that is fatal, because ultimately, to have effective measures in place to tackle corruption has to be embedded in your business and has to make business sense, and it's about running a best business in terms of practices that also is in terms of accountability and shareholder value. And that's why I think that has to be at the center stage. If I move briefly to the cost of corruption, we know all the negative things, the things Dimitri somehow referred to: reputation, shareholder value, litigation, loss of contracts, lack of sustainability of the company. All of those. But the positive, the cost benefit of companies striving out is actually not about them being good on corruption. It's actually of running a much better business. And this cost benefit, I think, is often on the negative instead of the positive side. If I lastly move to the good news, 4 points. Firstly, today we do have an international legal framework in place. The UNCAC, OECD Convention, and many other instruments give us that legal framework. That is fantastic. And we've seen interesting developments over the last 2 to 3 years that come faster than what I would have predicted 5 years ago, when you see how countries such as China, Russia, Indonesia, India have started to criminalize foreign bribery at a rate which 5 years ago most people would have said they're going to sit back and wait longer to do that. These are important game changers because they're very important economies that have started to move on this. Second good news is that the tools available, whether they are particular codes of conduct, whether they are the business principles that TI has set out, the PACI from the World Economic Forum, Resist, a tool that is a collaboration of Global Compact and World Economic Forum. All of those are practical tools that can help companies to both improve their internal business practices, but also to strive out. So I think we have a good set of tools. The challenge for companies in particular is to be very, very clear in terms of that corruption is not only an issue for the CEO to speak about, it is the buy-in of middle management that is often lacking. And that, I think, needs to be taken seriously. Thirdly, collective action. I think we see over the last couple of years very good examples. The Pearl Initiative is one of those good examples, but also the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, the Construction Industries Transparency Initiative, the Open Government Partnership, all of these working essentially on the principle you need to bring business, government, and civil society together in order to tackle this. I would argue that the best news of this is the following. In 2009, Transparency International looked at the 105 biggest companies in the world and how much they were reporting on their anti-corruption and accountability mechanisms and what they were doing in the public domain. It lied at about 47%. In 2012, 3 years later, we redid this and it went up to 68%. The tide is indeed turning. That in terms of companies realizing that openness and transparency is not only a compliance issue, but actually adds value to your business is there. So lastly, I think the choice is very simple, particularly for companies. You can either decide that you want to be part of a relatively small at the moment group that help drive the change and reap the benefits, or the change will drive you and you will continue to run after it, giving your compliance officers a hard time and your business and share value over the long term, in my view, an even harder time. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Paul. We'll move to the fourth question, please. My organization has a specific policy on anti-bribery and corruption. We'll start the voting. Yes, actually, if you give us like after this question, oh, thank you. So the majority strongly agree. I give the floor to Elaine. Elaine, most of the time, like when we ask organizations, do you have an anti-bribery and corruption framework? They say yes, because we have the policy. So the concept of the framework is the policy. Do you think we can enhance the concept of anti-bribery and corruption framework by greater alignment between anti-corruption initiatives? And what about the CEO role in this?
Good morning, everyone. First, let me thank Nazaha for the lovely invitation to be here today, and to the Pearl Initiative, to Malda in particular, for the collaboration and again the support for the forum to be part of the conversation today. I want to build off this question with perhaps a first comment around tone from the top, and this is something that Kobus just mentioned, but I think from the World Economic Forum perspective, we very much see the strength of what we do at the forum is our ability to bring global leadership, particularly for the business community, together around the most important issues. And certainly this issue around anti-corruption and transparency is one of the top issues. In fact, I would say within the forum, where we have at any given time over 180 different initiatives on topics from terrorism to food security to the environment to youth unemployment, corruption is in the top 5, which is not bad. And this is also a reflection of this tipping point that I think everyone on the panel has alluded to. And whether we look back over the last 20 years in the evolution of legal frameworks, regulatory frameworks, compliance tools, societal discontent, or we look at the last few years where I think all of these dynamics, including some major shifts in the marketplace, have really led to a different perspective and the need for a very, very strong collaboration across business, government, and civil society. Compliance and the existence of a program really is but one element, and I do think that it's a true statement to say that looking at compliance as simply an exercise to tick the box is the default, but it shouldn't be. And it has to be combined, again, with the tone from the top. So starting with the CEO and that strong leadership and engagement. When PACI, the Partnering Against Corruption Initiative, started in 2004, the conversation was very much around the implementation of basic compliance methods. So this was at a time when the enforcement was, in fact, increasing for the legal and regulatory frameworks in place. And a group of CEOs from 3 industries got together to define a set of principles around zero tolerance for corruption and bribery. And they came from oil and gas, metals and mining, and construction industry. Now, those 3 sectors, as you probably know, have had historically many challenges. And in fact, one of the key companies here in the Middle East, Aramco, was part of that conversation around developing those principles. And the zero tolerance policy does need to start from the CEO. So when we developed this set of principles, working together with Transparency International and the Basel Institute on Governance, the idea was that the CEO would need to sign on to this, and that would then start the trickle-down effect to be able to bring an organization along. Now, in addition to that, we also required that a company either have a compliance program in place or would be moving quickly to establish that. Since then, at any given time, we've had up to 200 companies involved in PACI, and they've come from all parts of the world. I would say in the last year, we've seen a huge uptick coming from emerging markets. So we see interest from Brazil and India, Mongolia, several countries here in this region. And this is quite interesting and reflects a market dynamic that, as I mentioned, is changing. So not only do we have companies who come from the US and Europe and are followed by a legal framework that requires them to operate in their new environment exactly as they would at home, but we also have the emergence of global champions, global players coming from new markets who are now competing with these more established companies. And this creates an even more interesting dynamic in terms of the market and whether a level playing field exists. So these are the types of shifts, along with movement around foreign direct investment into new markets, that is actually pushing this conversation in a different way. And I think the business imperative, while it's about reputational risk, is also about growth, and where growth can take place and how it takes place, and the risk associated with making an investment in a market where transparency isn't up to a particular standard. We see companies walking away from certain markets. And because of that, we've had to take a closer look at exactly why that's happening. And it's no surprise to say that, in fact, the risk associated with lack of transparency in markets is forcing companies to step away from making those investments. 2 weeks ago, I was in the Ukraine. A very good example where I can tell you 3 or 4 years ago, we would not have been invited as the World Economic Forum to have a conversation in the Ukraine. What is shifting that interest, both from business and government, to really have an honest conversation about what's happening in that country? I can tell you it's about trade agreements, it's about investment strategies, and a real concern that they're going to be left behind if they don't have the proper transparency and market dynamics in place to attract the right sort of foreign direct investment. So this is absolutely part of the reality that our companies are dealing with, and governments as well, because we're in this together when we think about how to bring the best growth and competitiveness to a country or to a region. So that's to say that PACI has evolved over the last 8 or 9 years, very much as the market dynamics have evolved, and actually in response to what we would call growing societal discontent. So we see it everywhere, in India, in Brazil. certainly in this region, where the public simply won't accept the status quo as the norm anymore when it comes to levels of transparency. How does business respond to that? How do governments respond to that? It varies by the region and by the country, but it's an imperative that there be a response. I was just at another event at the OECD in Paris, and the focus of that event was actually on building trust in governmental institutions. And it was interesting. I was the only business-related organization in the room. And what we found is that it doesn't really matter if you're talking about trust in business leaders or trust in government and governmental leaders. It's at an all-time low. I speak about that from the perspective of being an American, where the only category of officials ranked lower in trust than bankers, for example, are congressmen. So this is very much a shared concern. And it really got me thinking about how we get to this broader conversation around trust, of which anti-corruption is but one very important part. But it doesn't matter. Business and government share the same challenge, and they must respond. So if we flip it, we can see it as a real opportunity to come forward as a set of global leaders who work together on addressing these issues from the perspective of market dynamics. And to Dimitri's comment about changing the narrative, going to a much more positive story. There is a positive story here about growth, about competitiveness, about the ability to attract the kind of direct investment that leads a very strong infrastructure, a lasting infrastructure in regions and in countries. So we need to work towards that. So PACHI, when it started several years ago, was really about getting companies to the very first step in this discussion around compliance. But now we've moved well beyond that to the imperative for a much stronger alliance of activities across business, government, and civil society. In just a couple months, we'll have our annual meeting in Davos. This is a meeting of leaders from the business community, from the governments, coming from all over the world. And for the first time, we'll be gathering a very large group of CEOs to launch what we call the vanguard of the Partnering Against Corruption initiative. So these will be the most committed CEOs who want to work on a much more global basis to extend transparency, trust, the right sort of principles to bring the right sort of growth and development. So we're very much looking forward to starting that conversation, launching a community of CEOs who believe very strongly that this is the only path forward, and through that to engage in the right business-government dialogue and to move towards greater alignment with other organizations. So we have very strong connections to the UN, to Transparency International, OECD, and others. We all speak the same language, but we have to be careful that we stay connected and that we get the most impact out of what we do collectively, whether it's globally or at the regional level, working with Pearl Initiative and others, so that together we actually see the most benefit for all the hard work that we're putting into trying to change these dynamics and change the marketplace.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
We move to the first question, please. My organization has a fully implemented anonymous whistleblowing mechanism. Actually, for the sake of time, we won't be commenting on every result. So I'll choose some questions because we only have 10 more minutes. So can you start the voting, please? Strongly agree, the majority. We'll move to the sixth question. My organization has a fully implemented compliance management and monitoring system. We'll start the vote. Strongly agree. I'll ask one question to Dimitri. Further to what you've mentioned in your presentation about compliance, do you think, like we always hear speeches, how compliance is important, how compliance is like a crucial thing in order to combat corruption and bribery. Do you think like the private sector can engage more with government and international organizations in strengthening the integrity and the compliance to fight corruption? And sorry, in brief, sorry. Thank you.
Very good. Yes, the short answer is absolutely. I think that there is much more to do, and there is much more ground for all sectors, all stakeholders, government, international organizations, private sector, civil society to join forces. And I think this point has been made in various levels of strength by all the panelists. So there is a clear. I think we are all on the same page on this. The issue is, however, and here I would like to come back to a point that I made, and also I think Kobus reinforced. To me, we must move away from the box ticking exercise. It is not a matter of having a system and really making sure that you have a compliance officer, that compliance officer goes through the motions and so on. It is particularly important that you move away from that and you do a much more quality exercise. Now that issue, and this is, I have training programs, I have this, I have that. The question is, how do we make sure that we have a system that, with the tone from the top, functions and also projects an image, an image which is robust, which is in sharp relief to the other businesses in the same sector and to the businesses along the supply chain. I think this is particularly important because around this there is an entirely new discussion developing. For example, the existence of a robust system of prevention within a company, could that be a defense in the case that something happens? You have conglomerates, you have companies that have hundreds of thousands of employees around the world, and it is virtually and humanly impossible to shield every operation from every malfeasance that any local employee may decide to engage in. So what happens to the company? When the company really can prove that it has a robust system of prevention, can and should it be able to use this as a defense? Very interesting discussion. It's starting. It is supposed to be, yes, we are having a very interesting roundtable in about just over a week about incentives, disincentives, for self-reporting, for global settlements, for multiple jurisdictions, a number of legal issues that are very much present, I'm sure, in many people's minds. So this is something that, there's much more work to do, and I think it's all good work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Dimitri. Also, for the sake of time, because we started late, 15 minutes, we're going to do one more question and leave the floor to the audience. So the seventh question. We have a very specific definition on acceptable levels of gifts and entertaining. Okay, so the majority strongly agree. The last question I'll address to the panelists before giving it to the floor, to the audience. I'll ask Kobus. Sometimes accepting gifts or entertainment is something related to culture, which is related to the civil society. What do you think is the role of civil society in fighting corruption in the private sector? Also, please, in brief.
I'll be very brief on this one. When I look at that question, I'll give you the typical civil society answer. Very often companies say to me, this is all too complex, they don't know how to do it, doing something like this, and then I say, well, just do it the following way. If you ask the person whether this gift or entertainment will be on the front page of your local newspaper tomorrow morning, as well as on the front page of the New York Times, would they still accept it or not? No. And in 99.9% of cases, they will know that this is acceptable or it's not. You need the policies. Common sense is often very useful too. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. So we did any questions, please feel free to. We need the microphone.
To ask Robert, please. I am extremely impressed by all your literature, all your follow-up, and all the companies that you expose. I never even had once a major company in Kuwait, and you never even announced or had a foreign company in Saudi Arabia. What is the reason for that? Are they all clean? Which I would be very proud, because in Monte Carlo, I said that. I asked the 20 top leaders, did you pay? Because you have all the contracts. Nobody answered, and the room was quiet. So the question to you is, why do you need to be here to be able, because they are all in your country. All the actors, all the corrupt are in Europe, America, and in Korea or China only. It's known. We have the list. So please, we need your help on that, because it's a shame that our country being really ruined because of the practices of, we talk about $100 billion, $200 billion business. Shukran.
And I have to go against what I said, civil society, giving you the simple answer. This is a slightly complex answer with two parts. Firstly, we as TI are not actually in the business of naming and shaming. So what we usually do, and this is the absolute majority of our work with the private sector, for example, when we did a report on oil and gas companies, we say, good, we're going to look at 40 oil and gas companies. We tell the companies what methodology we're going to use in terms of to look at how they perform to prevent corruption. We share that with them. We do our research. We particularly look at what is in the public domain. We share our results with them before we go public. So we try there to not work on just exposing cases. We don't have the investigative resources to do that fairly, because if we were to go and try and expose just companies, we would need to expose thousands. And then people say, why go after this one, not that one? So we work much more at the systemic level and trying to do two things. Here comes a little trade secret. When we did our first oil and gas companies report, the highest that any of the companies, about 40 that we looked at, score out of 100 was 27 points. That's dismal. But they were the best. So what did we say? In our report, we said we grouped them in three groups. The best performers, the middle performers, and the laggers. Because ultimately, if we went out and we blasted the whole industry and said, you're all terrible, there's no incentive. They were all actually quite terrible. But you try to encourage those that are better performing to do even better. If you think of athletics, if you put the bar too high, nobody's going to try and jump. Our goal as civil society is always just put the bar a little bit higher so that Dimitri thinks, maybe I can get over, I'll try. Once he knows he cannot, it's done. So our work on companies is not on the exposure of individual companies. It's trying to bring sectors and those that actually within sectors are often doing better, to give them some credit, and of course those at the bottom of those kind of reports are not happy about that. No? So it's trying to use that, and that is, in my view, if you're in our kind of work, the only way that you can deal with corruption. If we were to actively try and pursue 1,000 companies will be litigated out of our work within a week. So we try to have this critical but constructive engagement. So unfortunately, I'm not going to come and expose them. But last point, if you look, for example, at our bribe payers index, where we look at also companies broad, not specific ones, but broadly speaking, from particular countries, and how they operate in certain markets. You see something very interesting. You might have French companies operating, or Italian companies, this was our last report, operating with very low levels of paying bribes in Spain, in Germany, in Poland, and with very much higher levels in North Africa. So from that, it becomes important that home legislation of companies be strong. So that it's irrelevant whether a French or Italian company operates in Algeria or in Germany, the same kind of rules must apply. Home regulation really matters. And that is where it is an encouragement, and ultimately for Saudi Arabia to have strong home regulation for its companies when it operates abroad will be beneficial for you in the long term. Because you don't want to be in a situation such as the UK found itself in for many years, where their companies were struggling because of weak regulation at home that put them at a disadvantage. Get your house in order and lead it. It's good for your business.
Thank you, Cobus. For the sake of time, again, we need actually to close the session. Feel free to approach the panelists during the break. Thank you so much, Cobus, Dimitri, Imelda, and Ellen. Thank you so much for attending.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، شكرا على رئاسة الجلسة للأستاذة هالة. شكرا لكم على استماعكم. فترة استراحة وأداء صلاة الظهر ربع ساعة، وبعدها إن شاء الله نستأنف الجلسة الثانية بعد صلاة الظهر الساعة 12، وأخذ القطاع الخاص الوقت الأكثر. شكرا لكم، وإن شاء الله نستمتع في الجلسات القادمة. شكرا للجميع.
في البداية رحب فيها بحضورها في المملكة العربية السعودية، ونسألها في البداية عن دور القطاع الخاص في المملكة العربية السعودية في حماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد.
We welcome you here in Saudi Arabia, and we would like to ask you about what's the role of the private sector in combating corruption in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much. The role of the private sector is a very important one. We very much focus at the World Economic Forum on bringing global leaders together around the issue of anti-corruption and transparency. And we start with the CEOs because it's so important to have the right tone coming from the top of organizations. That then has to filter down more broadly into the organization. But we need to start with the leadership. At the forum, we do this in a number of ways. One is by bringing together CEOs from companies from all over the world to look at the right standards for transparency, to look at the market dynamics around the need for more transparent procurement processes, engagement with the government, engagement with civil society, and how business can best play a role, a leadership role, in advancing our work.
طبعا هي تؤكد على موضوع دور القطاع الخاص في مكافحة الفساد، ودور المنتدى الاقتصادي الدولي هو أنه يجمع الشركات العالمية في مجلس أعمال للعمل سويا على مكافحة الفساد، حيث أن دور القطاع الأعمال مكمل للدور الحكومي في مكافحة الفساد. فلديهم طبعا تعاون مع الرؤساء التنفيذيين في أكبر 100 شركة عالمية يعملون سويا في هالمجال هذا.
نتحدث عن مشاهدتها لتجربة المملكة في مكافحة الفساد، وتحديدا في وجود الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد. كيف تشاهد هذه التجربة وهذه الإرادة في المملكة العربية السعودية لحماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد؟
He asked, what's the role of the National Anti-Corruption Commission here in Saudi Arabia in fighting corruption, and what's your evaluation of the efforts that have been taking place in Saudi Arabia?
The role of Nazaha is so important. When we look at fighting corruption, it has to be from many different aspects, different angles. One is from the business perspective, the other is from the government perspective, and then a third involves civil society. But the role of Nazaha here has been absolutely influential in turning a conversation in a very productive way. And I don't think we would have had today's event 3-4 years ago. And this is directly a result of the government taking very positive action with the development of Nazaha.
طبعا هي تؤكد على دور الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد في جمع قطاع الأعمال مع القطاع الحكومي لبحث أفضل السبل لمحاربة الفساد، وتقول لولا الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد ووجودها على أرض الواقع لما كان أصلا هذا المنتدى انعقد في الأساس.
بنسأل سؤال واحد عن رؤيتهم لمكافحة الفساد في المملكة إضافة إلى مشاركتهم.
طيب تريد أول شيء تعريفية عنهم؟
أيوة.
طيب وش هم؟ منظمة الشفافية الدولية. الشفافية الدولية هم أكثر منظمة دولية في مكافحة الفساد، هي أكثر منظمة عالمية، عندهم أكثر من 100 فرع على مستوى العالم. فلو سؤال تعريف، السؤال الثاني اللي بسأل شو السؤال الثاني؟
بداية وحضورك للمملكة العربية السعودية، نتحدث في البداية عن منظمة شفافية، ماذا تقدم للمجتمع الدولي وخاصة فيما يخص المؤسسات وقطاع الخاص.
So he welcomes you here in Saudi Arabia and he would like to know more about Transparency International.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, my first visit. Transparency International operates in 112 countries around the world where we have national chapters. We work in a way that we seek a critical but constructive engagement with business and government. And we particularly believe that the world cannot only do better, but is doing at the moment better, mostly because we have ordinary people around the world putting pressure on business, on government, saying that there should be zero tolerance to corruption.
طبعا يتكلم عن منظمة الشفافية الدولية، عندها الآن 112 فرع على مستوى العالم. طبعا رؤية منظمة الشفافية الدولية أنه يجب أن يعمل القطاع الخاص يدا بيد مع القطاع الحكومي في محاربة الفساد.
نتحدث سريعا عن مشاركتهم في المنتدى، في منتدى هنا في المملكة، وكذلك نتحدث عن رؤيتهم لتجربة المملكة في مكافحة الفساد وحماية.
Yeah, he asked about the contribution of Transparency International in this event and what's your vision for Saudi Arabia to combat corruption?
Well, firstly, I'm very happy to be in Saudi Arabia for the first time. So the fact that both the Pearl Initiative as well as NASA have had contact with us before and have worked with us, of course, made it clear for me that to come to the event was important. In terms of Saudi Arabia itself, I think there's three challenges that faces the country. Firstly, there's what the government does in terms of its own public sector, and there it is to ensure that the standards set by the Saudi government, that the laws and regulations are world class. That is a challenge that faces every country around the world. The second challenge is particularly as Saudi Arabia economy grows, its influence in business around the world will continue to grow, and Saudi businesses will continue to expand around the world. And for that, home regulation and how foreign bribery, in other words, when Saudi companies do business abroad, are dealt with, would be very important. On the one hand, if there's not a strong framework of home regulation in place, Saudi businesses will get into trouble. And on the other hand, if there is a strong set of regulations in Saudi Arabia in place, it makes it easier for Saudi businesses abroad to say no to extortion, to say no to bribery. Thirdly, companies, Saudi companies have a challenge. You operate in a region where you are a very strong economic power, and in terms of how businesses grow, it would be very important to have compliance matters not as just a tick box, but actually embedded in the culture of the organization, namely that there's strong public accountability of what a business does, how much it pays to governments across the world in payments, in royalties, in taxes. All of those are challenges that will challenge your companies as it does companies around the world. And for that, for what I've heard so far this morning, there is an openness to accept this challenge, and looking forward to seeing how you will fare in the years to come.
طبعا هو يتحدث أن المملكة الآن مثل دول العالم الأخرى تواجه ثلاث تحديات رئيسية. الأول على المستوى المحلي، وهو أن تراجع الأنظمة المحلية للتأكد من فعاليتها في مكافحة الفساد. طبعا نتكلم أيضا عن الشركات وقطاع الأعمال أنه عليه دور وعليه واجب في مكافحة الفساد من خلال خلق إدارات للالتزام والتأكد من أن القطاع الخاص يرفض دفع الرشوة للقطاع الحكومي ويعمل مع الحكومة في ردع المفسدين.
Thank you, and sorry for giving the translator such a hard time. Huh?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، والسيدات والسادة، نستأنف هذا المنتدى في الجلسة الثانية تحت عنوان ضرورة الاستراتيجية للشركات. يتولى رئاسة الجلسة السيد شادي الداود، رئيس الاستشارات بشركة سمنس السعودية، ويتحدث سعادة المهندس محمد بن حمد الماضي، الرئيس التنفيذي بشركة سابك، ويتحدث فيها أيضا سعادة الأستاذ عارف نفقي، الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة أبراج، والمتحدث الثالث سعادة الأستاذ بدر جعفر، المدير العام بمجموعة الهلال. أود قبل أن أترك المجال لسعادة الأستاذ شادي أشير إلى أن من مهام الهيئة وإداراتها إدارة تعنى بالبحوث والدراسات. قاموا بإعداد تصميم استبانة موجودة على الطاولة، ونحرص على أن تؤدى هذه الاستبانة، وخصوصا في السؤال الأول، وهو ما هي أكثر أنواع ممارسات الفساد في قطاع الأعمال؟ وحيث أن منتدانا هو أفضل الممارسات لحماية النزاهة ومكافحة الفساد، أتى السؤال بما هي أكثر أنواع ممارسات الفساد في قطاعات الأعمال. شكرا لكم، وليتفضل سعادة رئيس الجلسة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أستهل كلمتي هذه بنفس الآية المذكورة في شعار الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد نزاهة، قوله تعالى: ولا تبغي الفساد في الأرض إن الله لا يحب المفسدين. يشرفني بداية أن أرحب بأعضاء جلسة الاجتماع هذه، وهم نخبة من قادة ومدراء كبار الشركات في الخليج العربي والشرق الأوسط والعالم، والتي تتنوع أنشطتها في كثير من المجالات الصناعية والخدمية والاستثمارية، وذلك لأخذ آرائهم والاستفادة من تجاربهم في مجال مكافحة الفساد من المنظور الغير حكومي، أي المنظور الصادر من القطاع الخاص. جميعنا يقر بأن دور القطاع الخاص، وعلى وجه الخصوص الشركات الكبيرة والمؤثرة في اقتصاديات الدول، هو دور حيوي وجوهري في أي مبادرة أو مشاركة فعالة لتحقيق ممارسات وتوجهات تعود بالنفع العام للمجتمع والدولة، وعلى وجه الخصوص المبادرات والمشاركات المتعلقة بمكافحة الفساد. ذلك أن هذه الشركات لما لها من تعاملات واسعة مع كافة قطاعات وأطياف المجتمع من دولة ومستثمرين وشركاء أعمال وموردين ومقاولين وموظفين، فإن تأثيرها بالتالي لمبادرات مكافحة الفساد هو تأثير قوي لا يستهان به. لذا فإن ضيوف هذه الجلسة ولما يتمتعون به من خبرات قيادية في إدارة مجموعة من كبريات شركات القطاع الخاص سيتحدثون إلينا عن هذه الاستراتيجيات العامة لشركاتهم، وما يرون أنه سيساهم بشكل فعال في مبادرات مكافحة الفساد في المنطقة عن طريق شرح الخطوات العامة التي يفترض أن تحقق أقصى درجات الشفافية والمساءلة. لن أطيل عليكم، واسمحوا لي بداية أن أقدم المتحدثين الكرام، وهم المهندس محمد الماضي نائب رئيس مجلس الإدارة والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة سابق منذ عام 1998 ميلادية. السيد بدر جعفر العضو المنتدب لمجموعة الهلال، والتي تأسست في الإمارات العربية المتحدة كمجموعة شركات عائلية تمارس أعمالها منذ فترة تزيد عن 42 عاما. السيد عارف نكفي المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة أبراج، إحدى شركات الاستثمار الرائدة، حيث بلغت قيمة الأصول الخاضعة لإداراتها 7.5 مليار دولار أمريكي. أستهل هذه الجلسة بطرح سؤالين على كل ضيف، على أمل أذكر نفسي أولا وأذكر جميع الحضور بالالتزام بالوقت، ولكن الاستفادة القصوى مما سيتم طرحه. سعادة المهندس محمد الماضي، كما تعلمون فإن المملكة بدأت في عام 1432 هجرية، ومن خلال القرارات التي أصدرها خادم الحرمين الشريفين في ذلك الوقت، ومنها قرار إنشاء الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد باتخاذ منحى أكثر تنظيما وشفافية في مكافحة الفساد. من وجهة نظركم كيف ترون دور القطاع الخاص بشكل عام في المشاركة الفعالة لتدعيم هذه التوجهات الحكومية نحو بيئة خالية من الفساد؟
Excuse me, let me speak in English, because we have many people who are English speakers. First of all, I was not prepared really to answer a question. I was here to give a speech, and I don't know why you changed the setting, because we were told to give a 10-minute speech and then we will have a debate. But regardless of that, I will answer your question. It is really our obligation. It is not really a choice. Obligation really to adapt, to abide by compliance in our companies. In the first place, whether there is a governmental entity or not. This is how we are born by, as a company born from scratch, based on compliance principles. These principles were articulated by our founders, the pioneers who established the company. And once those principles are ingrained in the fabric of an organization, then the organization is going to continue building on this very important foundation, and can only bring the best in its behavior for its shareholder, for its employees, and for the public at large. And SABIC started with this principle in mind and recognized on a global basis as a company that is compliant, has ethical values, has the highest safety records of any company in the world, cares for its employees, cares for its customer, and cares for its reputation. The only thing we care about in the first place is our reputation. As a reputation as a company, as employees. Now, to do that, we have to be looked not only outside, but also inside our country, to be evaluated by our shareholders, by our employees, that we are a company that cares for its reputation. Nazaha is an organization that is newly formed. It has the good intentions. You have a long way, and I think it is our obligation to work with you to share with you our experiences, our policies and procedures, how we deal with situations, how we investigate situations, and how we deal with it. And I think we pride ourselves that we not only adopt very strict policies and procedures, and not only investigate situation immediately, but also take an action. The most important thing is taking action once you discover things that are not compliant with your basic principles. So SABIC is very happy to be rated as #1 company in the Middle East and #11 worldwide in this area. We have a long way ahead of us, and we promise you that to show that our interest in participating with Nazaha and everything it does is my presence here today was not delegated to vice president in the company. I did it myself because we want to be a partner to you. Thank you very much.
شكرا معالي المهندس. سؤال تعقيبي، هو المسألة ما كان فيها أسئلة وأجوبة، لكن كانت مجرد أسئلة استفتاحية للكلمة التي ستلقيها. تعقيب آخر على كلمتك، إذا ممكن تشاركنا أيضا، بما أن سابق تعد واحدة من أهم الشركات الرائدة في المملكة والمدرجة بالتالي في السوق المالية السعودية، فإن تأثيرها كبير على قطاع واسع من الأعمال، فأين تقع من أولوياتها المشاركة في مكافحة الفساد؟ وما هي في رأيكم المساهمات التي من الممكن أن تقوم بها سابق لتدعيم هذه التوجهات؟
Well, it's one of our #1 issues we deal with is really compliance. I mean, without compliance, everything will crumble. So it has to be there. We have to make sure that compliance is in everything we do, from the board, governance of the board, to the audits, to the committees, to the employees, to their behavior, to the procurement, to the safety of the plant. So it is very important every day-to-day business. It's not only, normally people say Nazaha because they think about material things like procurement. No, it is not. It is the behavior of individuals. So we have to, the individual behavior has to be in compliance with predetermined standard of obligation toward ethical standards. And that's something we have to make sure it is articulated. It is on our website. Every employee reads it, and we take note of how many people in the organization read it. 95%, 98%, and we keep going until 100%, and we do it all the time and follow it all the time. We have a helpline that any employees in the company can call this helpline and mention a non-compliance thing, and we investigate and deal with it immediately. And we have done it and publicized it in the organization, and now it's coming by the tens of incidents where people keep telling us. Of course, we have to be careful. There are people who don't like each other, and they may, talk. And we have found some of those. But also we have to deal with those once we found the source of bad behavior. This is how important it is for us. Now it is an obligation on us to work with other companies that would like to work with us, and we have volunteered our people and our executives to go and speak on the subject, to talk to other people, to share the good practices we have free of charge. It costs us a lot of money, but we can give it free of charge to anybody who wants to emulate our standards.
Thank you so much. I give the floor now to Mr. Badr Jafar, and maybe also let me start with an opening statement, if you can just, make a comment on it. Would you please talk to us about the importance of regionally relevant concept of corporate corruption?
Assalamu alaikum. Maybe some context from the private sector or some perspectives from the private sector. I think no problem, corruption or otherwise, can be tackled properly until we properly define or frame or picture it. And so I genuinely feel it's important to take a step back and work with our peers in a multi-stakeholder environment, as was already discussed, with business as well as government, to properly define what we mean by corruption in a regional context. And just to give you an example of that, 2 years ago we held a roundtable with Pachi in the World Economic Forum, the Dead Sea, and it was a roundtable on corruption. We had about 100 CEOs from across the region, and really to try and identify the key challenges and mechanisms to deal with corruption. And what we found very soon into the opening of the session was that there were widely varying perceptions of the levels of corruption in the region. And when we dug deeper, we really discovered that different people had very different ideas of what actually constitutes corruption in a business sense. Now, the dictionary defines, or at least a dictionary that I looked up, defines corruption as the action of making someone or something morally depraved, or the state of being so. And I think it's fair to say that as we grow across regions in the world, that there are very different perceptions of what is morally right or wrong. Again, in a business context, what might be considered corruption by a businessman, say in Riyadh, might not be considered corruption by someone in New York, or vice versa. And it's not just an Arab versus West, thing. It's, if you look even, say, within the West, what might be considered fair practice, say, with the billions of dollars raised in political campaign donations in the presidential elections, will get you into prison in London or in the UK. So, every region of the world has a very different, context, and so it must be looked at in that light. So, my point here is that I think that taking a step back from it, it's very important that we develop a culturally relevant and widely accepted concept of corruption before we go about trying to fight it. Now, how do we do this? Well, I think ultimately it's about embedding a bedrock for transparency and accountability, which will in turn automatically counter any corruptive practices, regardless of where in the world you are. And there's two ways, traditional ways to do that. One is through regulation, but as we know, even in the most developed economies, regulation alone doesn't work. You could argue that the beginning of the global financial crisis a few years ago, or not so long ago, began as a failure in regulation and transparency in some of the Western developed economies. And then there's a private sector approach, and which I think was recently lacking in the region, but is picking up more and more. And that's, again, comes with the fundamental understanding and recognition that the private sector is primarily motivated by incentive. So in order for companies to properly engage in these practices and processes, they must first accept that there's true value creation to be realized in adopting these principles. To put it quite simply, that they will make more money, they will be more successful as businesses if they adopt these practices. So again, it's the importance of macro incentives and disincentives for companies and individuals, which includes the financial, legal, socio-economic, and also ethical incentives and disincentives. Another point is that it's very important that it's a regional approach, because we can't deal with changing a corporate culture if we don't have an inclusive approach which all parts of the region takes ownership of. So it's a regional network that we must basically develop to take advantage of. Again, as has been mentioned today already, a multi-stakeholder approach is very important. It's not just the private sector working with the government, but also the educational sectors and individual citizens who might not be part of, businesses or government. And I think that that's something which is critical. Again, as has been mentioned, multinationals. Multinationals, there are many cases where multinationals have double standards. What is acceptable, or let's say what might not be acceptable in their home territories, might be acceptable in foreign countries. I mean, Germany is a good example whereby not that long ago, bribes to foreign governments by major German companies were tax deductible. And this is not that long, this is within 10, 15 years ago. So this is extremely important, and as we encourage more development and foreign direct investment by multinationals in this region, I think it's very important that multinationals are an integral part of this discussion and this process. Again, role models are very important. As has been mentioned here, a culture of naming and shaming doesn't work very well in the region, but positive reinforcement works very well. So developing role models. Media, of course, is very important because that generates awareness. So inclusion of media in this discussion is very well. And last but not least is the students. And this is critical, being able to combine private sector approach with our future business leaders, not just in universities, but also as early as school, as early on as school, to have programs dealing with integrity and practices which would encourage better corporate behavior once those girls and boys find their way into the workplace. And a great example, which is something that the Pearl Initiative did last year and inshallah will continue to do, is a student competition where we get students to develop case studies on best practices in the region. And then the students go out there into the market, into their economies, and find best practices, write case studies on them that can not just be used by universities or educational institutions in the region, but also potentially used as best practice examples in universities around the world, which are lacking good case studies of what's happening here when it comes to business in the region. So, sorry for being a bit long-winded answer, but just wanted to put some thoughts from a private sector perspective.
Okay, Mr. Badr. Crescent Group is a family business group which has been active in many industry sectors in the MENA region over the past 40 years. As a managing director of this family business group, what do you see the key issues of governance faced by family business in our region, and what can we do to overcome them?
Thank you. First of all, I think it's important to note that for most family businesses in the region, or family groups in the region, improving accountability and transparency practices and anti-corruption practices is not driven by like the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act or the UK Bribery Act. It's really about effectively managing an increasing complex and sort of zone and international reach and disclosure demands sometimes of financial providers and partners. But most importantly also, when it comes to family businesses, is to pass a healthy, well-governed company onto the next generation. So that's sort of, I think, what drives. Now, family businesses in the region, from my perspective, present some of the greatest opportunity, but also some of the greatest dangers that are kind of in the region. And what I mean by that, from an opportunity perspective, family businesses control over 85% of all of the non-oil GDP across the region. So they have significant influence, both from a societal as well as, in some cases, political perspective, to engage in the socio-economic challenges of our region, including things like youth unemployment or skills deficit, education, entrepreneurship, etc. But the danger is the flip side, is that without the required actions to institutionalize and professionalize their structures, they face huge risk of destruction of value. And when I give you these statistics, it will demonstrate why. Over almost 3/4 of the region's family businesses are owned and managed today by the second generation. And over $1 trillion of assets is set to be handed over to the next generation within the next 5 to 10 years. And global statistics of family businesses show that only about 15% of family businesses globally continue to create value beyond the third generation. So without the right corporate governance frameworks in place, then we could face major destruction of value. And if you took 85% of $1 trillion, that's potential destruction of $850 billion in the region between the next 5 to 10 years. So that shows, and this is at a time when the region needs tremendous creation of value, bigger companies and more companies to be able to create, to generate the hundreds of millions of jobs that are required. So this is a real risk, and without that we face a real problem. I mean, I haven't been able to verify this number, but the Hawkama Institute recently published a report on some family differences and family conflict, and even in Saudi Arabia, I think they released some numbers which show that about 60% of family businesses in Saudi Arabia have at least one case in court, which is related to a family dispute of sorts and to do with business. So, and once it reaches court, then it's very difficult to to mend those issues, as it were. So this is something extremely important. So for me, really, it's the priority is about succession planning and company reorganization. Again, as I said, most businesses were established in the 1960s and are facing a crucial moment of transition between the next 5 to 10 years. And few businesses in the region, across the region, have a clear line of demarcation between family, ownership, and the business. Sometimes they draw these 3 circles which show where they can overlap. And again, just to put, there's no cookie-cutter approach. There's no one-size-fits-all approach. But there are certain generally accepted methods that help companies to do that, including things like family councils, which link the family to the business, and board of directors, which is responsible for ultimately the management of the company, governing the company, things like family constitutions. But just end by saying that, again, something which is on a positive note, I think the driver to do this and to implement these practices, including, of course, anti-corruption practices, is not, I don't believe the drive is in the region because of regulatory box ticking. I don't think companies are worried about a regulator coming and being difficult, especially in the private sector. Maybe, of course, public sector companies have certain rules that they have to abide by. But I think the underlying imperative is born out of a desire for the patriarchs of the family to leave for the next generation a well-run, successful, and well-respected, and this is very important, a really well-respected family business organization.
Now we'll go to Mr. Arif. Basically, also as an opening statement, if you could maybe tell us, is fighting corruption truly a business imperative? And what value does it really add to a private business to fight corruption? Especially given some corrupt practices have been seen as unacceptable and part of business facilitation.
I'm very young. It's a great question, because the one thing that's completely obvious, at least to me, and I hope to all of us, is that corruption is not a non-essential social concern that companies and corporations can either ignore or passively address. It's a clear bottom line business issue, and it directly affects businesses' ability to compete. And this is a very important point, because a lot of people think it's a great box-ticking exercise. And I was, in a sense, looking at some of the polls earlier when people were saying that their organizations have all of the above policies, etc., etc. To me, it's more than just having a box-ticking exercise. It's living the process. It's living the thought process. Because corruption today is genuinely corroding the global marketplace and the global economy. It's going to affect sustainable development in a big way. And the effect of corrupt practices by both foreign and domestic companies, especially in our markets, is going to be and is particularly devastating. We have to use strong words. It is devastating. It's not nice to have or good to have, or maybe we can ignore it. It is affecting the roots of how we are perceived globally and how we in turn do our business. Business success and sustainable practices are mutually self-sustaining and mutually self-reinforcing. And businesses that have an ambition of having a global economic reach have to have it as a necessary condition. Not good to have, you have to have. And equally, governments have to provide a credible economic infrastructure to enable those of us that want to participate in this process to really be able to do so as well. I heard one of the speakers earlier from Transparency International talking about a statistic that said 40% of businesses in this region find that corruption is a problem. And the people in the room said 47% found that corruption is a problem. And then we went ahead and highlighted one industry, which is construction. Now, I don't think that's particularly right, because it's not just construction, it's endemic. And the reason why you have such a high number being answered is because a lot of us that are doing legitimate, proper, sensible business, following active anti-corruption processes, are outside the framework that get the contracts. Let's just be honest about it. And you know, we have to be very clear about one thing. Political power in our region drives contract power. Okay? And I know it's a very bold statement that I'm making, but I'm going to make it anyway, because the whole problem with this is that we have not yet been able to separate the political agenda from the economic agenda. We still haven't gotten to the point where governments understand that they need to be in the business of governance and not in the business of management. They should be driving policy and leaving the process of management of private sector businesses to the private sector. And the private sector in the Middle East, ladies and gentlemen, is an extremely vibrant environment. We have got some superb businessmen and women and superb businesses. We need that level playing field. We can adopt the processes that enable us to get there. I'll give you a very amusing anecdote from a few years ago. In 2009, I was part of a fairly small, similar-sized gathering that a government of a regional country had pulled together to discuss the financial crisis. And interestingly, when we walked in, it was in actually 2 languages. So along with our packs and headphones, we were handed one of these little voting devices that all of you have. But when people sat down and turned it around, they found that their name was written in the back of the voting devices. So the first question that went up on the stage was answered to perfection. Does your government appreciate the work you do? Absolutely. Superb. The moderator, who happened to be a very well-known media personality from the Arab world, picked up on this very quickly. He said, everybody shuffle your devices. And he made everybody move the devices around, and then you should have seen the answer. It was absolutely spectacular. Because the reality is, when we have a voice, when we have the opportunity to comment, and when we realize and recognize that all of us really just want to do business properly, legitimately, and on a level playing field, that is the most important element of why we went into business in the first place. I look at someone like my friend Mohammed Al-Mahdi, who is running a government sector, public-private partnership organization to a level of transparency that is unheard of in that world that defined the rules. It's spectacular. I mean, it's one of those things that all of us aspire to. And when we came together to create a few years ago under Badar's leadership, the Pearl Initiative, we were public figures, but private sector leaders. We wanted to be counted and say, yes, I am willing to stand up and say that in my organization, I am going to ensure that corruption doesn't exist. And why did we do that? Because it takes many, many, many single drops to create the cascade of a river. And it is only when people come together and then many more come and many more come that we will be able to have a voice that says, no more, we don't want any more of these practices. And the important thing, of course, is a point that he said earlier. The problem is he said everything, so I didn't have much to say, which is that the CEO needs to drive this process. He's here, I'm here, Badar's here, a lot of you, all of you are CEOs in your organizations. CEOs need to manage this process down and they need to manage it up. Because if we're going to do this process properly, it's not just about anti-corruption. It's about governance, it's about transparency, it's about boards not interfering in businesses, but learning that they have to drive the governance of the organization, holding that CEO accountable. And the last point I want to make on this issue, if I may, is that we are also living in a very transitional world. I don't see a lot of people in this room under the age of 25. The world tomorrow, except you, sir, the world tomorrow is going to be run by people of your generation and under 25, right? And the beauty of that world, by the way, is it is a world that I can safely tell you none of you understand. Because it is a world, the youth today are more empowered than they have ever been in history. And they have gotten empowered by social media, they've gotten empowered by education. And as a result of that, what they have is a very enhanced sense of community and a very healthy disrespect for hierarchy. And if you combine those two facts together, what you land up with is a group of people that want inclusive development, stakeholder-driven thinking, transparent issues, and the ability to make a difference in this world that we are leaving behind to them. So it's not just about anti-corruption, it's about an inclusive stakeholder thinking. We have to adopt not just anti-corruption principles, we have to change the way we think and the way we operate.
Thank you so much. It's good that I was not moderating the session before this, for the voting thing, because I would not have the dare to ask to shuffle the debate. It has its own consequences as well. Okay, let me just maybe emphasize on Abraj. How does Abraj deal with corrupt practices, given the firm's presence in many countries globally, where such practices may be considered the norm?
So, the very simple answer to how we deal with corruption is that we don't. We refuse to participate or deal in any business that has even the hint of a process that relates to corruption. We have I'm sorry? Now, we have an incredible level of detail that we go to when we are investing. We're in the investing business. We manage other people's money. We have to be extremely conscious of anything that we do that can reflect on those businesses. And I'm very proud of the fact that I sit on the board of the United Nations Global Compact, and I wondered initially why the Secretary General would invite a whole group of people, 6 or 7, from the private sector to sit on a UN board. And then it dropped like a penny for me, which is that the UN by itself cannot govern or legislate this thinking. It has to be a public-private partnership, and private sector leaders have got to drive that thinking. So at Abraj, we are very focused on the fact that there is a zero tolerance for any element of corrupt activity. Our screens are geared towards ensuring that doesn't happen. But it's not just in our investments, it's internal as well. So you'll be surprised to hear that every single month, every single person in Abraj, when they come up to their office and they switch on their computers, are barred from going any further until they sign a compliance declaration that is all around corrupt practices, transparency, and governance in the business. We have a whistleblowing policy that is administered by a third-party organization in the UK. You can complain about anyone and anything, including my speech today, and somebody will take some action. So we're very driven by making sure that we have the right things that we say. We're driven by a very holistic framework of compliance to global best practice, to UN principles, to global compact principles, to wherever we find the best argument for maintaining a clean and healthy business.
Thank you so much. أشكر المتحدثين الكرام على كلماتهم في هذا النقاش. وأفتح الآن للسادة الحضور توجيه الأسئلة. عندنا تقريبا 20 دقيقة لذلك. تفضل.
Just a comment. Many speakers this morning and now, of course, talk about no solution at all. It's all cultural and regional. There are some boundaries that are not really easy sometimes to know what they might want to set to president for and so on. Yeah, I think one of the most important issues is to drive it as a culture instead of saying, let me have regulation, let me have compliance, let me have agreements with code of ethics and so on. It's all necessary. But what really matters, I think, is top leadership adopting and saying this is their passion, this is a culture. In other words, instead of saying, go and get that contract, and then a wink and says, okay, you may have to do something to get it, it's okay. even if you say you shouldn't, and the body language says, go and get the contract, then the message is, of course, people will do whatever it takes to get that contract, versus enforcing on a passion basis that this organization will only do things properly, and therefore the person who might do some kind of improper activity would not be afraid of penalty, but would be afraid of being shamed within his own organization. I think that's the key that would be relevant to our question.
Just would like to, because I heard this twice, of let's rely on culture. This word culture is one of the words I despise, because you can hang anything on the word culture and hide behind it. We still need policies and procedure in an organization. You cannot run an organization without policy and procedure. And people have to be compliant to policy and procedure, but you still have to have, in addition, the culture becomes part of the day-to-day practice, but policy and procedure, you need it in auditing, you need it in safety, you need it in taking gifts. For example, we have a certain amount of dollar value for gifts. Any gifts beyond that, because otherwise if you leave it to the culture, then the person will stretch the envelope a little bit.
So I have to say, I agree with what you just said, because at the end of the day, when we talk about culture, we also remember that most of us tend to hire people within our organizations that reflect some of our values, and then it cascades down. Once you have fairly different groups of people, especially in large organizations that are working, the only thing that can actually bind them, that eventually becomes culture, is rules and regulations. Yeah, and I'll tell you a very amusing story about gifts. We have a very, very tight policy on gifts in our business, which is anything over $100 is declared, and anything over $1,000, if you accept, you have to have it appraised, and then half of that value has to be given to the staff charity, which is used for giving to the greater community. Now, one of my colleagues found himself in London last year at the Wimbledon final, the day before the Wimbledon final, and one of the bankers asked him to come along to the game, the men's final. And he forgot to inform the compliance department that he was being offered this gift. And my compliance officer was watching the Wimbledon final, like most people do. And sure enough, when a point was scored, the camera focused on him. And he hadn't said anything about the fact that he would be doing this. He's a very senior executive in our business. So at the end of the match, our compliance officer sent him an email saying, "Were you with the Bank America people?" He said, "Yes, I was." So he said, "Well, the black market ticket was on sale for $26,000. It's caught out. You have to be careful as well.
لو بس تعرفنا يعني تعرفون عن أنفسكم السؤال.
أنا عبد الله عبد القادر من نزاهة. Just to talk about culture versus procedures, I think that in many cultures, especially here in our region, we are full of advices, speeches, preaches, and every literature. And during the 24 hours, you get so many messages. You go to the mosque, you listen to the radio, you put the TV, and still we have corruption. Still we have corrupt people. Is that enough? I think the mood now is to have, yes, beaches and whatever it is, and also this is the culture, and also procedure, but on top of them, punishment. Enforcement. That is now the world trend. If you want to find corruption, make law and enforce the law and also announce it and make it. And that is how it works. And that's what we want from our corporates here. I mean, if that gentleman was fired because he went to the game, then nobody else will go later on unless he asks them. Then, as my friend, Engineer Sgera, and my friend Mahdi is talking about different things, but most of them is what we are looking for is to establish an idea that yes, corruption is bad, integrity is good, but laws must be enforced.
So we agree with you. The worst thing you can do is inaction. Even if you have policy and procedure and helpline and investigation, and no action is taken, the whole thing crumbles.
But who enforces punishment?
Well, this is now we come to the system. For the government, it has to be, sued and to be, taken to the court and let people know about them. But within private sector, each government, each corporate has its own governance and bylaws, then they have to take the action. If it comes to higher level to be a criminal, and excuse me that Mr. Engineer Sger is happening in STC, they even go outside their corporate and just send it to the government send them to court and let's see what they are doing. Therefore, enforcement has to be in different level. The corporate, the government, and we hope in the day after that we go to hell.
You go to hell?
Corrupt people will go to hell.
Just to add one comment on that. Like I said, of course, economic disincentives are also very important, such as punishment. So people need to know, well, if I do something, then what's going to happen? Yeah, and that's important. But what I do think is very important, especially in the economies of this region, which are mainly relationship-based economies, as opposed to, say, rule-based economies. Sometimes applying rules haphazardly or too quickly, without the proper education behind those rules, won't get you the results and can actually, in some cases, do more damage. So rules, such as, for example, gift policies and whistleblowing policies, if that's implemented in companies without the right awareness or education, not only does that create a negative reaction by employees sometimes, or management even, or even at the level sometimes of board, but you might actually get more negative practices coming out as a result of that. So I think education of what? An education, going back to the thrust of what we're talking about here, and really I think what this panel is sort of represents, is that these practices are good for business. These practices are there to help grow your business. And then the question might come, okay, how? Okay, then we get into a discussion. So we take an individual policy and we say, this is how, if this policy is implemented, this is how the business can be more successful. And the vice versa. If this policy is not implemented, where can this damage your business? And so this is something which I think is absolutely critical. And I see some very good rules coming out. And I speak from, say, the UAE. I know in Saudi was ahead of the curve in many ways as well. But just to again recap, rules without education and without the awareness in a relationship-based economy and society can be dangerous.
Especially on level of the environment.
Just in addition to the mechanism enforcement, one area that I think we are missing, and I'd like to have a view of the panels, is the positive enforcement, and especially capitalizing on the role models. We do have a lot of role models, individuals like Rahman, Turkey, and I'm sure Saudi Aramco corporate, and corporations like Sabic, like Saudi Aramco, like Royal Commission. How do we capitalize and put lights on these and try to benefit? And the media need to play a role, education need to play a role in capitalizing on these role models, because nobody is seeing the role models, right?
I just want to refer to Badr. And you are saying education is so important. And most of those who are ruling our market come from the best corporations in the world. They are highly educated, managed by highly boards. So, where is the education there? They are all corrupt. You tell me foreign company in this country not corrupt, I will tell you it's a big lie.
Let me just add to what you are saying, and Badr will answer. Go to Google and get the top 10 companies that were involved in bribes. They are the most famous and largest company in the world. I don't have to mention names.
My point about education, first of all, the difference between education and knowledge. But my point about education was, despite, you can go to the best universities in the world, the best educational institutions in the world, and you can still miss the point. And so I think what's important here, again, from a private sector context, is identifying that every single one of these procedures, whether it's a procedure, whether it's a policy, has a purpose ultimately. And the purpose has to be identified. And you're absolutely right. You don't have to go to, it's not just a regional issue. If you go to many parts of the world, in some of the most prominent companies, and if you really quiz individual board members about the reasons for certain policies, you'll find that not many have the real underlying explanations behind it, why they're so important. So I agree with you. But I think it's important that, especially in this region, again, as I said before, develop something which is regionally relevant and culturally sensitive. Because again, whenever we try and use best practices from outside the region without properly trying to identify how it will be relevant for this part of the world, you can also create some dislocation. So it has to be developed with a local context.
Statement about Sadiq. I lived through this company, 30 years. لولا أنها أسست على التقوى من البداية، الشباب نزيه حبيب وضعوا في جو ممتاز واستمرت. لذلك it is the most successful company now in the region. ما عندهم عصا تقول الناس، بس بنوا بمجرد ما يطلع إنسان فيها he's out. يعني التأسيس على التقوى شيء رئيسي في الأخلاق، في هذه الموديل حق سابق.
So there's if I can say something on behalf of SABIC, the reason why it is successful over 30 years is a very simple word in my opinion. It's called consistency. If you are consistent in the application of your principles and you're not willing to deviate from that, you will in the long term be successful. And as Badr said, follow the right policies is to lead to business success. I think there's a word in English that is in business terms today applied in a negative manner. It's called sustainable. We think of sustainable businesses as those that go green or those that go soft in the head and start doing things that are dilutive to business profits. The reality is sustainable businesses encompass not just anti-corruption, but good business practices, transparency, governance, and so on. When it comes back to the businesses that you talked about and the top 10 payers of bribes, you have to remember that the entire system is corrupted by one very basic fact, which is that in the West, stock markets drive quarterly earnings. Quarterly earnings are obsessive about results, and people have stopped taking the long-term view. Corporations are there for the long-term perspective, not individual quarterly profit. When you have people who are incentivized to deliver quarterly profit, they will cut corners. Okay? So we have an entire redesign of a business environment that has got to happen, as you said earlier, through role models. People have to stop and say, I won't do this anymore. So for example, when Apple Corporation, which has more money than the United States government, borrowed a few $1 billion to pay its dividend, rather than use that cash pile, because bringing that cash pile back into the United States would have attracted a tax charge. What Apple did is it took advantage of a loophole in the law to do something which anywhere else would have been called corrupt, in my book. Okay? It is the way the systems are written and processes that large companies look for these sorts of things. I think we have to talk about an entire redesign.
Thank you so much. I think we have a time for a couple more questions. I saw one there, yes. عرفنا بنفسك الأول.
بكر الهبوب شركة معادن. Public and private sector are partnership or partner to achieve the integrity. So based on this statement, the level of integrity of one part or partner indicate or mirror other partner. So I would like to have your thought on this.
Who's thought?
Mr. Ahmed.
Okay. No, you're spot on actually, because if you think back to the original point that I made, that political power drives contract, right? The political power is essentially the public sector. And the public sector, all these large companies that Mr. Abdurrahman was talking about that drive corruption, for example, as he said in Saudi Arabia, these large companies obtain large contracts. Large contracts are only given by government. Large contracts don't get tendered between private sector entities. So where you have to turn to in terms of solving this problem, it's not my place to say, but I think it's pretty obvious.
I don't know if the ladies want to participate. طيب في هناك أحد؟ تفضل تفضل.
بسام بخاري بترابط. I will go just based on the presentation of Dr. Abdurrahman. This morning he mentioned there is about $100 billion is corruption. But this is really a big number. And also we heard from Dr. Abdul Qadir, should be enforcement. I think the first action you should take is a declaration of these people. Unfortunately, they are still employed, still in the business, although we know there is corruption. When will have the first action to declare these people?
I don't know if this question is addressed to this panel. Exactly. But yeah, maybe on the side. Yeah, exactly. But I don't know if you have any comments on that. All right. So maybe we have time for one more.
Maybe the question is part.
There, آخر واحد.
Since you have a lot of experience in government, I think you should. That's why I left.
عبد العزيز زهراني اتصالات السعودية. My question to Engineer Mohammed Al-Madi, if he can just give us a high level about the conflict of interest policy and procedure, especially in the procurement and contracting side in Saudi.
Especially
the contracting procurement side. Conflict of interest in terms of the employees versus the contractors.
Well, conflict of interest is really a big word. It has many meanings. It's conflict of interest. Either the guy who's going to make the decision is a relative of the guy who's providing the contract, or the person who's going to make the decision. He is in a position to influence the decision because it affects some of his businesses outside the company. So there's so many things that come under this position, and you would expect, sometimes there will be some connection, either a relative or this and that, but the good practices and the good culture, as some of you would like to use this word, tell the person that he has to come and tell the people in decision making that I excuse myself from this contract because I have a conflict of interest. And he will be rewarded. He will not be punished. He will be rewarded because he came up front and mentioned that this guy is his relative, or this company does business with his brother's company somewhere else. So once you have immunization of the company, you become immune against these viruses, and you will be your people will help you achieve this objective. So it's going to happen, but if you have good employees, they will come out and talk about it. Thank you.
about transparency and consistently applying with no exception.
إذا في النهاية أحب أن أوجه جزيل الشكر للمتحدثين الكرام على ما شاركوه معنا من معلومات وخبرات إدارية في مجال مكافحة الفساد ودور القطاع الخاص بالتحديد في هذا الخصوص. فالشكر للمهندس محمد الماضي نائب رئيس مجلس الإدارة ورئيس التنفيذي لشركة سابق. الشكر للسيد بدر جعفر العضو المنتدب لمجموعة الهلال. الشكر للسيد عارف نكفي المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة أبراج. كما لا يفوتني في النهاية توجيه الشكر للمسؤولين في مبادرة برل والمسؤولين في الهيئة العامة لمكافحة الفساد في المملكة العربية السعودية نزاهة لحسن تنظيم هذا المنتدى وجعله ممكنا. والله ولي التوفيق. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بالنسبة للاستبيان بس لا تنسوا حاولوا تعبوا
والزملاء سيجمعون على الطاولة. شكرا سعادة رئيس الجلسة، شكرا سعادة المهندس محمد الماضي، شكرا سعادة الأستاذ بدر، شكرا سعادة الأستاذ عارف. السيدات والسادة أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الجلسة الأخيرة الختامية بعنوان الطريق إلى تحقيق أفضل الممارسات. سيتولى رئاسة الجلسة سعادة الدكتور خالد بن داود الفدار المدير التنفيذي للتدقيق الداخلي في شركة أرامكو السعودية، وسوف يتحدث فيها سعادة الأستاذ روي جيكوبس الرئيس التنفيذي بشركة فيليبس الشرق الأوسط وتركيا، وسعادة الأستاذ جوناثان كامبل جيمس رئيس فريق المملكة العربية السعودية المختص بالتحقيق في عمليات الاحتيال والخلافات المالية في رينستوينغ الشرق الأوسط. فليتفضل سعادة رئيس الجلسة والإخوة المتحدثين. تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was told that we are given an hour and 10 minutes and we have lost one of our speakers, so I'll speak very slowly. The way I'm going to run this session is I have two distinguished gentlemen with me today, and what I'll do is I'll introduce each one of them first, and then we'll give them the floor, and I believe each one of them have some notes to make, and I believe that Jonathan here has some slides. I'll start with Roy Jacobs. He's the president and CEO of Philips Middle East and Turkey. He's a seasoned executive, worked in several industries, multiple countries. He's born in Netherlands and had different work assignments in Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany. After graduating in business administration and marketing, he started his professional career at Royal Dutch Shell in the Netherlands, and also had several assignments with Royal Dutch Shell. Following this experience in the oil industry, he transitioned into the publishing and media industry by joining Reed Elsevier. He started as a strategy director for the science and technology division to set direction for the print to digital transformation. In his next role as managing director for the global academic and government markets, he turned the digital strategy into implementation. After this experience, Roy joined Philips Lighting as Chief Marketing Officer, a role which he held responsibility for global marketing for the lighting business. He was then this role also focused on, especially on driving the leadership in the LED lighting and capturing the opportunities of the lighting industry. His recent assignment, which is started in January 2012, Roy has taken up responsibility for the Philips in the Middle East and Turkey, and in his role as President and CEO of Middle East and Turkey, based out in Dubai. Also on a personal note, Roy is married and a father of 3 boys.
Thanks a lot. Thanks also for the invitation to be here on behalf of Nazaha and Pearl Initiative. I think very important topic today to discuss, which we are as Philips very engaged on. Looking back, business ethics has been part of Philips for decades. Actually, already in the 1940s, our founding father, Anton Philips, actually came out with his first business ethics policies. They were called We at Philips, and they were addressing things like the reputation of Philips globally, work ethics, but also already in that time work-life balance, because the ethical theme is much broader than, of course, corruption that we talk about today. It's how we conduct business with people, with customers across the different countries in the world. Since then, I think only the focus has been growing, and the need for proper ethical business has become more important. That doesn't mean that a corporation like Philips has its challenges in this field. If you're operating across the globe, if you have more than 100,000 employees, you will face any challenge that you will find in society, also in your company. So you have to be very upfront about it, face it, and then take action and measures to deal with it in an appropriate manner. I think if you look at today's mission of Philips, which is improving people's lives, it's not only looking at how we can do that through our technology in the medical field, into lighting and in the consumer, but it's also very much how we do it. When we heard today that around the globe, in the top 5 concerns of the people is corruption, they will look as much as how we conduct business as what kind of solutions we offer. So if you think that's so strongly connected to the mission, it's not only something that we aspire to at a higher level, it's also something, like we just discussed, that is critical as an enabler for growth. Ultimately, we are a private company that is in business to make profit and drive sustainable growth over time. And we see this as an integral part of being able to do so. Therefore, if you look at it, you also should drive it as a business topic, which means you have a clear objective, is that you want to conduct it in an ethical business in an ethical manner, but then you need to translate that into actions. Ultimately, this is about behavior. This is about how people on a daily basis interact amongst themselves and with others. So if you want to make improvements on it, you need to touch them in their individual behavior. That starts at the top. You must be very clear, and we talked about it before. Tone at the top is critical, but it's not only tone, it's also how you live it. So indeed, it is by not condoning any misconduct, but also is very much by rewarding when you see proper conduct. You also need to make the bridge to people's daily lives. This can be a pretty high-level topic if you talk about it, too abstract. You need to bring it down to discussing it with your account manager, what he faces on a daily basis when he is doing business in a region like this one. Then you really get to the heart of the matter. Put the things on the table. Make it easy and open discussion. Because most problems are not faced because people don't like to talk about it. So if people don't like to talk about it, it's very hard to deal with it. So this transparency and openness is something we have taken very serious. Even last month we have had a global dialogue week where across all Philips entities in the world we have taken a week to discuss only about this topic with all employees. It doesn't stay there. This needs to be something that you sustain over time, because also you have a lot of newcomers coming in, because you want to make it part of DNA. So people need to understand how important this is for you as a company and how this is in terms of driving your day-to-day behavior. We talked about the pressures a multinational faces when it's a stock-listed company. Yes, we do have quarterly pressures. We want to make our numbers. And there's quite some expectation from the outside world that we do it quarter over quarter again. We need to be, and I'm very crystal clear to my team, that we need to make our targets, but it's not at all cost. And this is a cost that you don't want to take. I always ask my men and women, what do you want to be famous for? What legacy are we leaving behind as this company, as Philips? And I assure you, it's not the legacy of being renowned for a corruption case in any of the dealings that we have. That's not what you want to be famous for. That's not why you put 24/7, a day, a week, a year into your working life. We are here to leave a legacy. What is this society? What is this politicians? What is this businessman? That legacy is a sustained business that can contribute to societal challenges and issues through the knowledge, through the people, through participating on the local level in the challenges that exist. It's not by engaging in misconduct. And we are very clear, and I'm very clear about that. That doesn't mean, again, that is not a challenging task. Because if you talk about things like gifts, like how do certain tenders being awarded, you need to be able to have that discussion. And people need to be able to speak up. Then you also need to have rules and regulation around it. Compliance is important. You need to do audits. You need to have whistleblower policies in place. So it's a whole area of measures that you take. But for me, the most important thing is to make it personal. As we said before, a lot of this is common sense. You would know yourself when you engage in a certain business transaction whether this is on the edge or not. And if you're in doubt, please make it discussable. That's what we say. There's nothing wrong about it because we know it happens. And to be honest, when I came 2 years ago to this region, I've been doing a lot of business globally, also in this region, but on a fly-in fly-out basis, and I started to live here. My expectation was actually that I would face much more of these challenges than I'm currently facing. For me, it means two things. One, we still need to work on this, making this discussable, but the second thing is very positive, actually, that we have making quite some progress on this. And the other thing is, we are not alone. You can only do this properly if you engage very strongly with the local community and with your partners. Doing business in the Middle East is, as was said very rightly so, a relationship business. You need to look into the relationships that you have. So when we start to train, when we start to discuss, it also involves our partners. We aspire to have similar values. If you have similar values, it will help you to do business in the right way and you will not get surprises. So it doesn't stop at the Philips gates. We need to involve our partners in it as well. We have been starting up a JV in healthcare in Saudi Arabia last year with the Al-Fazliya Medical Systems Group. From day one that we have been stepping into JV, we have been very active on making this a very important topic of the management agenda. So that when you bring and create this culture and you work on it together. So that from that point, you really evolve at it together. So I think most important message is you need to live it wholeheartedly. You need to support it with the right approach in a company to sustain it. This is as any other business matter. You need to have objectives. You need to give people tools to enable to enact upon it. You need to measure it. You need to correct it if you don't see that it's having impact. And then ultimately you need to make it very personal. That's how we believe we can book progress. Because this is a journey. This is not something from one on the other day you will achieve all the success you aspire for. It will be a lot of work, sometimes a setback, and then you move on. That's how we try to really approach this in this region, in the globe. And therefore also very happy with the Pearl initiative, because we think that the best way to engage and to drive this further is to make it a dialogue like we have today. Bring it out in the open, make it discussable, and when we learn from each other, we actually can bring it together all together, bring it forward all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. I think you brought up some very interesting points about in general best practices, and maybe we can open the floor later for some of the specific best practices in the region. And I think you highlighted a few very key points here about rewarding. It's not about punishment only, but I think it's also about rewarding the proper conduct. I think that's another important point that we have to be conscious of. I think you've also answered the question that was raised earlier, that targets are not everything. You can make targets, but not at all costs. And I think that is some of the perceptions that some of us have about some of the corporations in the West. Engagement internally, and I think it is very important, the engagement internally and also with your business partners. In particular, I think you have the issue about the conducting the proper third-party due diligence. I think this is one of the key things that we see is being given a great deal of attention and doing that third-party due diligence, especially in companies that have that kind of business model where they engage or sell through third parties. So thank you. Maybe we'll have some more questions at the end. The second gentleman here, I have Jonathan Campbell James. He is currently the Fraud and Investigation Dispute Services in KSA with Ernst & Young. Jonathan has spent over 30 years in the fraud and security field, both in government services and the financial sector. Before coming to Riyadh to lead the fraud investigation and dispute services in the kingdom, Jonathan had a spell in the Ernst & Young Dubai office, and prior to this work for HSBC as the regional head of security and fraud risk for the Middle East and North Africa, also based in Dubai. Latterly setting up a security and fraud organization for the HSBC Global Private Bank based in Geneva and London. In the far distance past earlier in his career, Jonathan worked also in the embassy for many years at the time of the first Gulf War. So, Jonathan.
شكرا يا دكتور. أنا أتكلم 5 دقائق بس. أنا أريد أكل غدر كمان. وأنا أتكلم بالإنجليزي. I was a little bit worried about speaking last to this audience because so many good things, so many things full of insight have already been said. But I think possibly I can add something of interest because my perspective is a little bit different. I don't sit in my CEO's office. I don't sit in academia. I'm down there in the dirt, if you like, dealing with fraud cases on a day-to-day basis. And so my perspective is a little bit different. And I hope I can share with you some of the experience that we've had with corruption cases which we have handled in EY in the Kingdom over the past couple of months. And let me give you some examples. We've done investigations for both US and European conglomerates of fraud and corruption activities in their distributors or agents here in the Kingdom. We've designed for a large Saudi telecommunications company a 2-year program to train and educate staff on the anti-corruption policy and to move people away from just reading a code of conduct, ticking that they read it, to really understanding what fraud and corruption actually means within the company. We've done an anti-corruption review to help prevent a recurrence of corrupt practice in a firm supplying a large Saudi entity, and I would like to echo the words of a number of speakers. The Kingdom, in the shape of both SABIC and Aramco, amongst others, has some leading best practice, global best practice. And some of these programs, in terms of ensuring that suppliers meet the supplier code of conducts, are amongst the best practices in the world. And then we've done recently a proactive identification of corruption risk for a large retailer here in Riyadh, leading to the introduction of controls and safeguards. A very, very interesting activity, which I'll talk a little bit about later. But we also, so that's, if you like, the bottom-up idea of what's happening in the corruption area in the Kingdom. But we also, through the fraud survey that we do every year, have a good idea of what some of the practices are and some of the ideas and attitudes are in the region. And I've just highlighted 3 things here, which I think are a bit different from what other people have said earlier today. First of all, someone on the last panel said it, but there's no doubt about it, executives are under intense pressure to deliver results, and to deliver results on an annual basis, indeed even a quarterly basis. And so there's heavy pressure on executives to deliver, and that leads them often to avoid asking tough questions, particularly when it's with regard to financial results or the performance of subsidiaries or other parts of the business. And then the other point which I wanted to make is that many executives think that corruption is a problem for other companies. They say to themselves, we're an honest company. We've been going in the region for a long time. We are a company based on good ethics. And getting policies and procedures is a problem for other companies, but not for us. That, as the CEO of SABIC, is very much a wrong attitude, because in a company which is based, where good practice is based on trust, inevitably someone's definition of what is good and what is bad differs, and you need to have the policies and procedures in place to give guidance. So what I thought I'd do now is just give you some top tips as to how I would proceed if I was a business here in Saudi Arabia. So many elements of a good anti-corruption framework can be implemented without employing a company like me. They can be employed by anyone with sound common sense and good understanding of business practice. And you really ought to start with a code of conduct and a tone from the top message, and make sure that does not remain just as a draft in the executive suite. It needs to get out and be understood by people right down to the bottom of the company. There's no point in having a policy in draft which doesn't get outside the executive management suite. People really have to understand it. And when people understand it, I think, as you said, Bala, when people understand it, then you can move on to supplier code of conduct and the whistleblowing system, because then people will understand the context in which you've introduced the rules. The other thing I would really strongly recommend is that you do a fraud risk assessment to work out where the corruption risk really is in your company. Now, most good CEOs and COOs will have a pretty good idea where the risk areas are. But an external view of those risks almost always, in my experience, identifies additional areas within the business practice, the business operations of the company, where you are vulnerable, where your controls are weak, and where you can productively close down a few areas of vulnerability. I would strongly recommend that as a company that you do a fraud risk assessment to identify where those additional corruption risks are. Again, echoing another point brought out today by you, sir. When fraud or corruption is detected, you've really got to extract the value from the particular incident, okay? You must make sure that you close the control weaknesses, you identify who the culprits were, and that people understand that disciplinary action will be taken when the incident is discovered. If you don't do that, you're not exploiting the value of the incident, and you're losing a golden opportunity to send a strong message to the rest of the company. Actually, on that same point, if you think punishing a perpetrator after the event is of value, just consider for a moment finding proactively someone who has committed fraud before anyone else does, identifying corrupt practices within the company and letting everyone in the company understand that if you do commit corrupt practices, you will be discovered. And we do this, we provide a number of tools to help companies do this by doing data analytics. So, for example, in the retail area, you can do data analytics to identify which particular branch has more write-offs than other branches. That's a really good indicator as to where someone, maybe the store manager, is writing things off, maybe then buying the goods himself at a reduced price and selling them on. We also do search emails, and so some familiar local sayings. Tahan Sadik. You'll help me. Desim Shadid. And the last one, please. Help me with the last one.
He knows very well. How did these words came from Oman?
Be careful. Be really careful. No, so if you search emails in a company database, you can pick up keywords which are indicative of corrupt practices. And there's nothing which works better in deterring corrupt practices than catching someone in the company committing them. And I'd just like to finish, because as I said, I'm very keen on having my lunch. I'd just like to finish by echoing what a number of people have said before. It's not just a moral and religious duty or an ethical duty to cut corruption. It pays, okay? If you can remove the cut taken by the corrupt, it improves the margin between the buying and the selling price. Okay. Now, I've had permission from one client to give you an example of what this means. We did some work for Sacco, the retailer, recently. Okay, and we discovered when we went to work for them that their biggest corruption risk was in the procurement process. When the buyer went on his own to China to negotiate the purchase of ladders or paint or fridges or whatever. Okay. So the buyer goes into the room on his own, and he's in there with a Chinaman, and no one really knows what they have agreed. Okay? No one knows what bribe or what corrupt incentive has been given to the salesman in order to give this particular company the deal. Okay? But if corruption is involved, what it means is that you are either buying the goods for a higher price than you need to, or you are getting goods inferior in quality to that which you could get from somewhere else. And that means that in the store, your stepladder or your paint or your fridge or your electrical goods is either more expensive or of worse quality than the equivalent product in another retailer which is not allowing corrupt practice to take place. So SACO proactively went hunting for areas where there was corrupt risk. And they found a number of areas where they thought they were a little bit weak, and they put controls in order to reduce the risk of corruption and to improve that difference between buying price and selling price, which is fundamental to their effective business. And they will have commercial advantage by virtue of the fact that they've gone through this activity. And not only that, they are ethically committed to this practice as well, and they want to have a clean business. So having a clean business and improving your profit margin goes hand in hand together. Shukran.
Thank you, Jonathan. From our own perspective, no doubt, I think you've highlighted some points about the Ernst & Young, Ernst & Young services, and which we're very familiar with. I think particularly the fraud risk assessment activities. I think Ernst & Young has been very active in that, and also I think I want to bring also another point from a Saudi Aramco perspective when we deal with recently with some of the suspensions that we imposed on some of the companies that deal with us because of some irregular activities. One of the things that, and the idea, and of course we get asked about this question very often, the idea is not to close the window for business for any company that want to deal with Saudi Aramco, but in fact is a message that you can deal with Saudi Aramco, but you have to raise your standards up to a certain level, and that's really the message. And really we leave it up to the company on how fast they want to raise the standard and start this journey. And one of the things that we do, obviously, is to suggest that they do, first of all, a fraud risk assessment, clarity about their governance structure, because we can see some situations when you have this cross ownership between different companies, and they could be in the same business. And obviously that by itself is illegal because it is an antitrust and leads to collusion. We also mandate that some of the companies that are caught in these kind of practices, they do a forensic audit of all their financials, so that this also brings to the table any issue or any questionable transactions, and we ask them to fully disclose, and that would be the starting point for having a healthy relationship between those suppliers or contractors. I actually want to just provide one further comment, maybe a little bit more global, because this session is the title for that, A Path to Regional Best Practice. And I first of all like to thank Nazaha for inviting us and also for staging these kind of gatherings, because I think that's really a very healthy environment to exchange these best practices. But one of the things that we find so often is that the lack of credible information for companies that are wanting to do business in Saudi Arabia or in this region, it is very difficult. It is very difficult to really assess the magnitude of the problem, if there is if we call it a problem. Because there is no such a central depository that has the information available to everyone. We've seen some earlier discussions about Transparency International. I mean, we use Transparency International to have an assessment. I mean, some people say, well, Transparency International, the methodology is not right or wrong. However, it's at least it's consistent. So we use them as a benchmark. We use, for example, the Report to the Nation, the Association of Fraud Examiners. This is a very good reference for us that we use in order for us to assess the magnitude of the problems that we face in any of the countries that we deal with. Well, unfortunately, some of these best practices that we have in here, there is no one depository that has that kind of information. And I think there is maybe I think Jonathan here mentioned something about the data analytics. I mean, if you have that kind of information, you can make assessment. You can have an idea, especially for foreign companies coming to do business first time in Saudi Arabia. I open the floor now for any comments or any questions. Thank you. Excuse me, but just an announcement. There seemed to be a car, a Jeep Cherokee White, that is blocking the road or blocking the way out for some other cars, and it's 7956 Ba. So if anybody has that kind of and stand up and we will thank you very much.
Mohammed Kano, Yusuf bin Ahmed Kano, Mujtawat Kano. I have a question. If you find a situation, this is for the board or the panel as a whole, usually in our part of the world, now we nistatter, we try to hide or to reduce this type of other people knowing of a weakness that you might find within your organization. Is there the question is relating to when does it make sense to go public? The companies that deal with Aramco, for example, Saudi Aramco, if they go public and say, well, we can't a situation, will it be held against them? These are the type of things and the issues that, as private companies, you need to know when to maybe make it public and the action you're taking to resolve it, or maybe not. Thank you.
When we do fraud and corruption investigations, and there is someone who has committed wrongdoing, the senior management in almost every case is initially quite reluctant to make a public statement about it. However, I work on the senior management and I try and persuade them to make it public. We have to be careful because sometimes someone has not been convicted of a crime, and legally you cannot say someone has committed a corrupt act when you haven't got a legal judgment. But on the other hand, by being subtle and by being sensitive, you can let it be known within the company that someone has moved on and control practices have been changed. And this message can be put about in a, literally call it a culturally sensitive way and still have the necessary effect.
I fully agree. I think there are different ways of dealing with it. But for sure, most important is that it, starting internally, that it gets known. and people know very quickly, because we had a case, we took action, and everybody knows. We did without even going public. Everybody knows, because if somebody disappears and there's a reason to it, I think it depends, as you say, you need to be very sensitive about it because of the legal constraints sometimes you face about sensitivities that you have to manage. Depends also very much on the case that you encounter and who is involved. But I think where possible, you should use it as an example, not always making it personal, but even if you then afterwards use the case as a case study, without naming or individuals, you can actually put it at wider use, because that's the learning you need to go through as a company. And that's also where you show that there is no tolerance. So there are certain areas where, in my view, you need to be very clear and very and act accordingly, and there's no room for maneuvering.
Khalid, coming from the Eastern Province, far away from the offices. حقيقة, any action you take in that regard, it runs in the community like fire, and it really helped tremendously clear the way for those who really keep the good behavior, and it really scares the hell out of all those who have been recruiting people that their way of doing business is wrong. So we have taken so many actions in the last 2 years that has really, being in many sectors, I've seen the impact that making every owner make sure that, you know, when you deal with Aramco or their contractors or subcontractors, you better be careful. And we really appreciate that.
Well, thank you very much. I think I have also maybe a couple of comments on this particular. Well, first of all, I 100% share the view that when you have an allegation, it's an allegation. You have to be very careful about the situation when you have only allegation. We have the Saudi Aramco hotline, which is through the intranet and the extranet. Now all the vendors and contractors actually have access to that. However, an allegation is still an allegation until it is verified. And the way we view it, and actually we've been recently working very closely with some of the companies that have discovered something. They looked into it, and I think after you verify that there is material into that allegation. What we look at the seriousness of the company, and particularly the tone at the top. How do the management of that particular company is dealing with that situation? As a matter of fact, even into our suspension process, one of the criteria that is so critical here is how far is that, let's say, act of irregularity in the organization? Is it as a lower level? You have a salesman. And unfortunately, sometimes some of the companies, especially the family-owned companies, they set unrealistic targets. We see that. Sometimes some of these salespeople, particularly the ones who want to meet the target, they go out of their way just to meet the target because they have the bonus at the end of the year. And I think this has to really have the full attention of management. In the suspension, we look at the level where the corruption is taking place and also what action has been taken. And the suspension could vary from a temporary suspension where we actually engage, where we ask them for full disclosure. First of all, starting with the governance structure. What is their governance structure? Because we have actually seen some horror stories about cross-ownership and people think it is normal. And they are in the same business. You have issues with also the accounts. So the issue about governance and the clarity of the governance structure is one. Second is also do they have an active compliance ethics awareness program? The third thing is obviously to do something which, like Ernst & Young and others are doing, which is the forensic audit of their accounts. When these are fulfilled, some companies say, well, we can't do it in 6 months. It's up to them. Some will do it over 2 months. And once they are in compliance, and there's no reason for them not to come back and be part of the business community that Saudi Aramco deals with.
السلام عليكم. محمد الخالدي من اساس سعودي ارامكو شركه. حقيقه في باسبور شغلت كذا مره اللي هي في كلمه ايضا كان من كان. هالكلمه هذه تكررت في الاعلام كثير يعني اخر 5 سنوات وجميع الانظمه والقوانين سمعت الكلمه اليوم يعني رئيس نزاهه الشركه. هذا كائن من كان احد شاور الكلمه كائن من كان. من هو كائن من كان؟ هل هو انس؟ هل هو جن؟ له 30 سنه ويعدل في البريه ولا حشام ولا حشده. شنو المواصفات؟ هذا السؤال يعني سؤال الجميع طبعا واللي يعدي اجل انا بغيت اقول نظام يجاوب بس
Thank you for the question. The question is maybe for those who maybe I didn't catch it in English. I think the gentleman here is asking about the definition of some of the or the term that is used very frequently about who is accountable. Who is accountable when it comes to corruption and كائن أي كائن كان. I think we'll leave this to came in the right times to maybe answer the question. لكن أنا أعتقد هو صراحة الموضوع هو أعتقد الجميع مسؤولين عنه. أنا ما أعتقد أنه شخص معين. I don't think it is one individual or one entity. I think it is really a collective effort by all. And I think it's in my opinion it's a national agenda that everyone has to take on board.
And what I did really by saying this is the victim is known والشخص اللي يسبب مشاكل معه وضعه مش شخص واحد يعني ولكن what they mean is enforcing the rule. Enforcing the rules is the key issue. قوانين rules there, policy is there, just a matter of enforcing the rules. If you do enforce the rules, you can't have مشاكل. Thank you.
I think the session before us, I think, made that point very clearly. You can write policies, code of conduct. You can have everything documented. End of the day, if you don't enforce it, it's an issue. I give you an example, and I apologize if I give this example, and I've given it in certain places. You know, we have a well-developed road safety rules and regulations. Okay, but we have the highest fatalities in the world. The reason is because we don't have enforcement. Or we have enforcement, but we don't have the adequate enforcement that you can see in the country. Yes. And the code of safety for when it comes to roads is actually, if you read it, it's excellent.
And I saw it in Iraq because you have already driving there, so I must have fatality high.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أحيي الأخ مندوب هيئة الفساد. معكم المحامي أحمد الراشد. مكافحة الفساد أو نزاهة هي لدي بعض الاستفسارات والأسئلة. هيئة مكافحة الفساد ممكن أسقط في بعض الأسئلة. الحقيقة نحن كمحامين ونشطاء حقوقيين دائما لدينا بعض الملاحظات لدى الجهات الإدارية، بعض الجهات الإدارية سواء كانت مدنية أو عسكرية. فالمحامي دائما يراجع هذه الجهات بشكل مستمر، ولكن نجد هناك استغلال النفوذ واستغلال النفوذ الوظيفة وعدم التقيد بالأنظمة. وهذه طبعا هيئة مكافحة الفساد وضعت تنظيم داخلي وخاصة بالهيئة، ولكن نطالب كمحامين بإنشاء نظام خاص صادر من مجلس، يدرس في مجلس الشورى ومن ثم يرفع إلى مجلس الوزراء ومن ثم يصادر عليه. أما التنظيم الحالي فهو تنظيم الحقيقة لا يشمل جميع الفساد سواء كان ماليا أو إداريا، وكذلك لا يوجد لدينا محكمة مختصة تنظر في هذه الدعاوى، وهذه مشكلة كبيرة. فأنا قابلت الحقيقة رئيس مكافحة الفساد عدة مرات وطالبت بأنه جميع الحالات التي يقبض فيها وتحالي بالهيئة، فناقشته في بعض المناقشات وتم فالحقيقة سألته إذا كان هناك مثلا ضبط من الناحية الفساد الإداري أين تتجه هذه القضية؟ فذكر لي بأنه تتجه إلى الوزير المختص. طيب إذا كان هذا الوزير المختص يتستر على الفساد، إذا كان هذا الوزير يتستر على الفساد، إذا ما هي الجهة المختصة وما هي المحكمة المختصة الذي تنظر لمعاقبة هذا الوزير؟ إذا أنا مثلا التجأت له وطلبت منه بأن هذا الموظف العام أو هذه الإدارة المختصة التابعة لك أو مثلا إدارة المتابعة المختصة في الوزارة لم مثلا أو تخالف القوانين والأنظمة، فالحقيقة لم يتجاوب معي هذا الوزير. إذا ما هو المختص؟ ما هي المحكمة المختصة الذي نلتجي لها سواء كان قبل رئيس مكافحة الفساد أم لم يقبل؟ لأنه للأسف هناك القضية محصورة بين وزيرين، وزير مكافحة الفساد وهو الوزير المختص المشكو عليه للأسف. يعني إذا أين الملتجأ؟ هذه مشكلة كبيرة.
شكرا للأخ الكريم اللي طرح السؤال الأخ المحامي. في هناك لبس عند الأخ يمكن في اختصاص الهيئة. الهيئة مختصة بالتحقق في جرائم الفساد المالي والإداري. إذا وجدت البراهين والأدلة على وجود فساد مالي وإداري لا تحال للوزير المختص بل تحال إلى هيئة التحقيق والادعاء العام، والتحقيق والادعاء العام يرفعها إلى محكمة في ديوان المظالم. الآن الفساد في حد ذاته مرض وجريمة، والفاسد مجرم، لكن المجرم يا أخوان من مبدأ العدالة والمساواة في العالم كله متهم حتى تثبت إدانته، وبالتالي يرفع عليه قضية وتكيف هذه القضية. الأخ اللي سأل كلامه صحيح من جانب آخر، الهيئة تتابع جودة الخدمات التي تقدم للمواطنين، وهذا هدف أضيف إليها بموجب أمر ملكي. إذا وجدنا في نوع من أنواع الخلل الإداري وليس ناتج عن فساد مالي وإداري في تقديم خدمات للمواطنين، مثلا عدم وجود أسرة في المستشفيات، مثلا عدم وجود إضاءة، سوء طرق، هي سوء خدمات، هنا تحول للوزير المختص لأخذ المبادرة بإصلاحها والرجوع إلى الهيئة في ذلك، ونعطيه فقط 30 يوم أنه يرد علينا، وإذا ما يرد علينا نرفع الأمر لولي الأمر اللي هو خاتم الحرمين الشريفين ويطلب بذلك. لذلك قضايا الفساد المالي والإداري تصل إلى درجة التحفظ على أملاكه، تصل إلى درجة منع من السفر، تصل إلى درجة إذا وجدنا أن الفساد يرقى إلى مستوى ما يسمى بالفساد المؤسسي اللي هي عصابات المافيا وأمثالها، لهذه ترفع مباشرة حتى إلى خاتم الحرمين الشريفين. لذلك قضايا الفساد المالي والإداري تحال تحقيق والدعام العام. الآن الطلب اللي قدمه الأخ هو مرحلة متقدمة، بحيث أن يكون هناك جهة مختصة في التحقيق وجهة مختصة في الحكم، وهذا أسلوب تأخذ بعض الدول أن يكون في محاكم خاصة للفساد، لكن لا يمكن للهيئة اللي تكشف الفساد هي اللي تحاكم الفاسد، وبذلك أكون إن شاء الله وضحت الأمر له. العموم إذا عنده بلاغ ترى عندنا رقم نقدر نستقبله. شكرا.
شكرا لك. يمكن ناخذ مجال
السلام عليكم.
سؤال اخير. تفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم محمد سليمان علوان. هو بالنسبة للفساد يعني هيئة مكافحة الفساد لو كان هناك برلمان منتخب أو مجلس الشورى قائم فعليا بواجباته منوطة فيه على فعليا متعارف عليه دوليا على أساس المحاسبة والمساءلة ومن ثم الاستجواب للوزراء على أساس أنهم هم على القمة الهرمية لأي دائرة حكومية. الإشكالية الآن الفساد في القطاع الخاص هو مرتبط يعني إذا كان هناك فساد حكومي هناك ارتباط مع القطاع الخاص، كلاهما ايش مرتبط بالآخر، ولا يوجد ولا يوجد فصل بين الطرفين. لذا لا يمكن نحن لسنا بحاجة إلى هيئة مكافحة الفساد قدر ما احنا بحاجة إلى شورى قائم على الانتخاب بحيث يمثل الشعب، بحيث أن يستطيع يستجوب الوزراء استجواب كامل. بالطريقة هذه تستطيع حتى رئيس هيئة مكافحة الفساد لو فرض علينا فرض باستطاعتك أن تستجوب في مجلس الشورى على أساس أنه ربما هو ذاته ربما يكون في فاسد وهو رئيس هيئة مكافحة الفساد. إذا لابد من محاسبته. إذا أرى أنه وجود هيئة مكافحة الفساد نحن بحاجة لمجلس الشورى قائم على الانتخاب، هذا هو الحل الوحيد لا أقل ولا أكثر، ولسنا بحاجة هيئة مكافحة الفساد. إذا وجد هذا الشيء أعتقد أنه وصل إلى مرحلة كبيرة من مكافحة الفساد. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا للمداخلة. نقول آمين. إن شاء الله.
الحمد لله في نزاهة واحد يقول رايك أنا مفتوح.
أعتقد احنا we come to the conclusion of this session. I like to thank both the speaker Jonathan Campbell James and Roy Jacobs for their comments, and thank you for your candid questions and enjoy lunch.
شكرا سعادة الأستاذ خالد الفداغ، شكرا للسيد روي جوبكس، شكرا للسيد جوناثان كامبل. أما الآن فمع مسك الختام وختام المسك، الجلسة الختامية سيتحدث فيها معالي الدكتور عبد الله بن عبد العزيز العبد القادر، حصل على الدكتوراه في إدارة الأعمال من جامعة ولاية فلوريدا عام 1979، ماجستير في المحاسبة من جامعة جنوب كاليفورنيا، بكالوريوس تجارة جامعة الرياض، هو الآن نائبا لرئيس الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد لقطاع حماية النزاهة. أترك المجال لمعالي الدكتور على التعليق على الملاحظات الختامية للمنتدى. شكرا.
شكرا. أعدكم ما راح نطول، فقط 15 دقائق، لذلك حضوركم اليوم معنا جدا مفيد بالنسبة لنا وجدا مفيد للوطن والمواطنين. بصراحة أنا سألت نفسي لما أوقف أمامكم في الأخير what I can say، إيش أقدر أقول لكم؟ شكرا، إن شاء الله نشوفكم مرة ثانية، شغلكم جيد، كل هذا صحيح. بس أنا ودي ننهي استماعنا بكلمة بسيطة. لماذا نخرج به من هذا القاع؟ إيش الرسالة اللي نقدر نحن اليوم كل واحد منا يطلع، لو طلعنا بكلمة واحدة، بعبارة واحدة، بأسلوب واحد نغير فيه طريقة عملنا، احنا نكون حققنا الهدف اللي من أجله انتوا تعنيتوا، والأخوان سافروا، منتجة هيرل ساعدونا، والأخوان اللي جونا من خارج المملكة. سمعت اليوم كثير الفساد والنزاهة والحماية والوضوح وأمثالها، هذا كله. بس أعطيكم شيء تاريخي. في منتدى الرياض الأول الاقتصادي من حوالي 10 سنين كنا طرحنا أول ورقة عن الفساد. كان موظف كبير في الدولة يصارع معنا يقول احنا ما عندنا فساد، هذا كلمة لا تقولونها، ما نبي نقول فساد ولا في شيء فساد. قلنا لا عمي ايش نقول؟ قالوا خلل إداري. حتى وصلنا اليوم أن المملكة توقع اتفاقية لمكافحة الفساد، أن تضع استراتيجية لحماية النزاهة، أن تضع هيئة متخصصة لحماية الفساد. هذا ايش معناه؟ معناه اعتراف عندنا فساد. We admit that we have corruption. But do we stop here and say, thanks, we cannot do anything about it? No, we can do things about it. Corruption is a worldwide disease. No country is immune against corruption. ولا مجتمع في العالم يقدر يدعي أو شخص يدعي إنه ما عنده corruption. الفساد يا أخوان أول تهمة وجهت للإنسان قبل خلقه، قبل ما ينزل للأرض. قال ربك أني جاعل خليفة في الأرض، قال الملائكة أتجعل فيها من يفسد فيها ويسفك الدماء. الملائكة عارفين أن الإنسان لما يجي على الأرض راح يكون فاسد حتى قبل خلقه. لذلك الفساد موجود، لكن العيب أن احنا نقبل به كوسيلة وكأسلوب وكشيء خلاص ما نقدر نسوي فيه. لذلك احنا نقول في نزاهة بكم ومنكم وإليكم إن مكافحة الفساد قضية عامة، وحماية النزاهة مسؤولية الجميع. وشكرا.
معالي النائب، شكرا لكم جميعا. باسم الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد نشكر كل من أتى وشارك معنا في هذا المنتدى بالتعاون مع مبادرة بيرل. الشكر لكم جميعا. وباسم معالي رئيس الهيئة الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد ندعو الجميع إلى تناول طعام الغداء، وإلى أن نلتقي إن شاء الله في لقاءات أخرى قادمة. إلى ذلك الحين وكل حين نستودعكم الله على أمل اللقاء بكم مرة أخرى في لقاءات متجددة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.